It's here.
Okay, we had to stop playing. We got a crazy storm going on right now and under a tornado warning, so we got to stay a little vigilant right now. Let me see if I can't turn this camera around and get you guys a look outside.
Ooh. Ooh. That's even more special.
It's sheer madness out there. I don't know if the camera's picking that up. Let us know if you guys can see that. And you can. I wish we can turn these mics up and you could get a good. Oh, hell no, man. Oh, you guys, we're under so much pressure here. Let's get you a map of it all, too. Look at the map action. Let me listen to me, guys. Guys, I would be remiss if I didn't say I was a little anxious about the situation. I mean, you know, when you're going through a good storm, it's a good storm. Hope the vibes were good for you guys. I don't know. You know? We just do the damn thing. Whatever comes to mind, we'll just do it. Who do we got?
My God, it's crazy out there, man.
Who do we got? Let's see. Doom Manga. Ohm.
Okay.
Thomas.
Let me
Probes.
You do that, I'll do this.
Chrome Synth. Usual suspects. VB. Se David. Se Apollo Hanso. Sawagu. Se Groove Chemist. Da. Viral Beats. Yo, we were watching a little bit of Yo Show, and hip hop was definitely on the menu, I would say. Oh, chum. I don't know if some of that was just, you know, you guys just shooting the breeze, or was it getting heated in there, or what? It was getting heated. Wags wants to know where's Marilyn at through all of this. Is she out there? Well, if she is, she's one tough cookie. You got to be sheer mad to go out there in that. But yeah, there's a possibility. Out collecting data or something. The brother's over here checking up on stuff. You guys are curious what that guy's doing. He's checking up on stuff. Mr. Wabbit, sir. General Wabbit, sir. In the process of change and glory.
We just got to make sure we're in a good area right now. Stand by.
Stand by to stand by. I haven't got any hits on my weather app, so it just says they knocked it down to thunderstorms. Yep, they downgraded it to thunderstorms, but that's a good thing.
Yeah, well, I don't trust. Sometimes I don't trust it. It's okay not to trust things. All right, I'm pulling up a couple of more songs we're going to play.
Just a couple. Don't get them too excited there, Baba.
Let's see, who else am I going to draw from here? Who wants to
I'm
be
telling you, man, we need
winner,
that.
winner,
We need that
dinner?
We need the wheel, man, the jam wheel. You spin it, oh, lands on your character, your flavor of the month. And if your name gets hit twice, we play you twice. Play by the roll.
Spin the wheel, make a deal. Okay, I sent her the 3 picks.
Rapid said if the roof blows off, roll with it. Then someone will cry, conspiracy! That was like theatrical right there. Just a little bit.
Okay.
Wabbit inspired that theatrical moment.
Should I turn some more lights on?
Yeah, are we kind of dark in the shadow?
Y'all know how we look. Shit.
I mean, do we really got to turn the lights on?
Do we need some more lights on?
Just casting shadow. Who wants to see these ugly mugs up close anyway? Yeah, Chrome says you look fine. Worry about it. Hey, Wabbit says no lights. No lights? They're saying no lights. Turn them off. Turn them off. I don't want to be present like that. I don't want to be, shit, why? Do what you want to do. The lights are too low. Fucking lights are too low. They're making a statement here. Baba, are you picking up what they're putting down?
I'm picking it up. God damn it, boo-boo.
The Wabbit said just do the damn thing.
Okay. And roll tape, Meryl. I'm loving this. nice, wasn't it? Shit was nice. Okay, next one coming up, if we're going in order here. See if she has it queued.
I love those transitions, Chemist. It's just fat all the way through.
Next one is Hans Volt.
A shadowy flight into the dangerous world of a man who does not exist. A young loner on a crusade to champion the cause of the innocent, the helpless, the powerless. In a world of criminals who operate above the law. One man can make a difference. A lone crusader in a dangerous world. The world of the Night Rider. A lone crusader in a dangerous world. The world of the Night Rider.
If y'all don't know about that damn Hans
That
Volt,
shit right there was just nuts.
y'all better get over to that man's channel because Hans Volt is him.
He never ceases to fail me. Every time I watch one of his videos, his shit is well done. He's in proper working form.
All engines running optimal. If you don't know, you don't know. It's not okay.
Sammy was right. That shit was dirty.
We just trying to teach y'all. That's all we trying to do is like, hey, look, the true artists are here.
Oh my
They're
God.
right in front of us. Look at us all. They'll never put us on the radio.
The illustration was beautiful.
You know why they'll never put all of us on the radio? It's because we still love music.
Oh, you hear that? There it is right there.
There's no dollar sign.
You heard it from
behind
this guy. You heard it from this guy.
There's no hookers or whores and drugs.
When is it all? Stop. Bye-bye.
We're at the age where everyone in here still loves music. Who was next on the list, Daryl?
I feel like I was your hype man right then and there. My boy, I was emphasizing on all the proper points you was making.
Monkey Scratches, John Betto.
Oh, let's get it, Johnny.
Bright morning, good morning. Are you back? Bright morning. Easy morning. Easy morning. Got a single time around. You know I would try. You know I would try to make it easier. You always make it look so easy. Easy morning.
Okay, look.
That was on my top 5.
How many? I don't even know if we have to prove it to y'all anymore.
Everybody bringing the smoke.
We got Groove Chemist bringing smoke.
Hot ass smoke.
We got Hans Vogt just chopping off baby legs wherever he goes. We got John Bedham. That song was called Monkey Scratches.
Fictitious baby legs, of course.
Where's his mind at? His mind is on Monkey Island. Sin Samurai just gave us a new working title. I didn't know how to title these sort of podcastings we do. But maybe we just do exactly as that man said and give him his flowers. Maybe we just call this Monkey Island Radio. Roulette. Get the wheel of deal.
Step right up. Who's gonna be the next performing artist? Will it be the Doomanga? Will it be the Viral Beats? This is that 30s.
Will it be Synth Samurai?
Will it be Uncle Chrome?
The Panda.
The Wild May Never Know. Type shit.
Eternia might get a track played up in this bitch. You don't know who's gonna get played in this bitch.
Type shit.
But that's right. We do go on your channels. We investigate your playlists. And we see what you all about.
We see who's putting up and who's shutting up. The tit for tat.
We're not a big YouTube channel, but I tell you what, if you're creating some kind of substance and you're here on Monkey Island representing, you will be played.
And played well.
And played again.
And again.
Here on Monkey Island Radio, roulette is the game. Make the deal.
Spin the wheel.
We got to figure out how to, I want to make this wheel like legit, you know?
It's got to be a digital wheel.
I want like the Price is Right
type wheel. We're going to have to do some like, or maybe DIY in this.
Maybe we do that. You remember that one fucking game show? Come on, big bucks, double whammy and, or no whammies and stop.
Yeah, no whammies. Oh, I forgot. Somebody's going to help us out. It's a lot of educated people in there that know their goddamn 80s game shows. It's the whammy, the little red creature that, the crawl of the screen.
Maybe we do one of those like, maybe we do one of those, what is Sam? Oh, Sam's already on something. Oh, roulette wheels instead of numbers.
We're going to have to work something out here.
All the avatars of our community. Oh, shit. Look. Ooh. God damn it. Thank you, Mark. Can I call you Mark?
Or can we call you Scott?
Alex, is it? John.
Eddie.
That's a good idea. Okay. People in comments. You're on our Discord. If you're not, you're an asshole.
Straight up. That's just wrong to be here and not be in the Discord. It's trolling.
Get in our Discord. Send a picture in the general section. Hopefully my wife isn't listening to this because I'm probably going to cause hell. Send a picture of your avatar in the general section. Or, I don't know, where can I have them send it, Panda? Chrome?
That's a good question.
What makes sense to send these avatars?
Photos.
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 Photos. send your avatar
to the Discord photos channel.
and we will take care of it from there. Unless someone has a good idea how we should make this wheel. Should we buy a wheel? Should it be something authentic? Ooh. Wait a minute. Sam has one for the phone. But I want everybody to see it. Okay, Sam, we'll probably have to do a Zoom after this podcast. After this show, let's sit and talk, Sam, so we can figure this out because you're the perfect guy to help us figure this
Panda
shit
says sitting that shit his way is lonely there. Panda, it's not as lonely in the analog bass section. I'll tell you that. I don't even know a dude who knows a dude other than myself who hang out in the analog bass section.
You know what? I think Sam is on to something. Let's change that up. Send it to only Sam's. Because if he's going to help us do this wheel,
you might as well send it straight to the source.
You might as well send it straight to the source.
Isn't that what I just said?
Yeah, but I'm going to repeat after you.
Yeah, I like when you do that.
We on some heckle and Jekyll
type shit.
So that's what we'll do. We'll do S.O.R Radio roulette days. And you know what? It's going to come on a random day. I'm not even going to tell you what day it's going to fall on.
I don't want rules. So if the roulette wheel burns your ass 2 times in a row, you're getting played.
2 times in a row. 3 times in a row.
We play as the universe would see fit.
Ooh, the universal roulette wheel. Are you writing this shit down, Sam?
No lies. It tells all. It will expose you to the bone, sir.
Chrome said there must be tech to make this all complicated. Yeah.
That's what we got monkey brains for. They don't pay me to think, Chrome. Just react.
Wagyu says you just paste the names into text. 1 per line, I think. We can just show the screen as it's spinning, I guess he's saying.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We're going to figure it out. We got Panda. I mean, shit, you got somebody like that in your corner. You kind of let the bigger brains.
And what I'm doing right now is I'm just going to people's YouTube channels and I'm just hitting shit.
Yeah, I'm just hitting shit. We're just rouletting it, but you know, let me see what
Mark sent me.
What do you got, Eddie? I think it's a good idea. I think it puts more twist. We're evolving. What will be the next gimmick, the next attraction? But this will also get you guys to start making some more jams. If you want to get some old stuff out there, don't do anything. We'll just play that. If you want to get some new stuff out there, get active, do that.
I mean, it's not going to be an everyday thing. We do this on the podcast,
but you never know when your shit is going to be played.
You never know when we're going to do a S.O.R radio.
We need a dial number, man. We need a dial number. What's going to be our dial number?
Oh, I see what he got right here. Yes. Yeah, I'll accept the cookies. Come on now. I like this.
Was it 5.5 or something like that?
It's tangible. You know what I mean? I like things that's tangible.
Was it 5.5 on your FM dial? Is that what it was?
Let me show the people. Hang on. See if I can get this picture to blow up. Come on now. Oh, here we go. He sent another one too.
I'm looking over there at him. I'm liking these ideas. See, look at that. Look at it. Go on, look at it.
I like to have tangible things. What else we got here?
You're a hands-on type guy.
I am a hands-on type guy.
There ain't nothing wrong with being a hands-on type guy. People can appreciate a hands-on type guy.
Okay, Sammy sent a bunch of shit. I think this is a great thing here.
Look at us. You just look at us for a minute. We're doing side projects. Just, right here, right now. Look at us. Get an idea, you got to just roll with it right then and there.
Shit, I like that. I like it. I'm trying to.
It's called moving on the fly,
I'm
my
working
guy.
look, we just chilling, right? So shit, let me just do some shit.
It's called moving on the fly. And you can do that. Isn't the rabbit that said that? Do what the hell you want.
Do what the hell you want.
Let me ask you something, my boy. If I got a coloring book and some crayons and I just started to color, not say anything, just sit here and color in my book, is that okay with you?
That's okay with you. Get on your stomach and put your hand on your chin like this.
And cross my legs.
Cross your legs and color, my boy.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with color. Nothing wrong with a grown man in the coloring book with them Crayola lies.
Because the Crayola don't lie.
The Crayola do not lie. Yeah.
All right. I got some ideas running around here. I mean, everybody's like, I like when y'all into this shit. Everyone's sending some ideas. Kent Kong has just entered the building.
I wonder if Kent can beat his chest without breaking the rib. Kent, can you beat your chest like a gorilla without breaking or fracturing the intercostal spaces which holds your ribs, sir?
He just got in here. Let the man get in here first.
Oh. Yeah, you might want to get situated.
But that's what I like about this community. I like that, maybe we set a trend. Maybe we just set a trend of people going around picking other people's music out, playing it just in support. So if someone's not aware of what channel to go to and what they're missing out on, I wonder how much shit we miss out on.
Hey, speaking of missing out on shit, did you, I don't know if it's a trend on TikTok or if it's a YouTube short, but there's this short going around, all right? It's going around there, and it's 100 dudes versus a gorilla. Or is it a lion? Which one is it?
It's a gorilla.
100 male men versus a gorilla. Do you think the 100 of you can whoop that gorilla's ass? And I need you to seriously think about that. 100 men, bare hand knuckles, the same advantage as that gorilla. Can 100 men take on a silverback?
I think so. But I'm just not going to be the first dude to do it. Because that dude pretty much is dead.
You damn right you not.
And Tracker Jack, how dare you say that? Because you was on the list. And now I just might have to I'm fooling myself. You stay on the list.
You got to stay on the list.
He did some risky shit and putting together that Plinky. Like, y'all sleeping on Tracker Jack. Y'all don't even know who Tracker Jack is.
Groove says not even 200.
Not 200? I think 100 men could whoop a gorilla's ass. I don't know what y'all talking about.
You listen.
If I was forced to get in the ring with a gorilla, I will come up with the ultimate plan as to how 100 people will whoop his ass.
You would have to go in sections. All 100 just can't rush the gorilla. I won't be able to get hands on if 100 people.
I would want us to be at the old Coliseum in Rome too when we do this. So I could say, "Are you not entertained, brothers?"
We would have to see who our brute squad was. We would have to put the big body dudes up front first, so they can at least put the body weight on them, and then the smaller dudes, you just got to go for limbs, and then once you get them down, you go from there.
Wagyu said, "No." Although I don't think a gorilla's endurance really has been tested, they usually do very brief, vulgar displays of power. They might not have a cardio, Wagyu.
Yeah, they might not have the stamina.
I got the cardio.
Gorilla may not have the stamina. I mean, you got 100 men who, in their past lives, have forearm strength from enough. It's kids. Getting in there with the gorilla, it's a lot of power.
Kent says you can't get 100 men at the gorilla at once.
That's what I said. You got to go in waves.
The most you could do is 25 at once.
Ooh, you got to go in waves. You have to go in waves, sir. I'm telling you, you're going to have to get all the limbs, right? Everybody's going to have to get a limb, and then there's going to have to be those guys that are just going to have to tear into the gorilla. You get no weapons, no knives. It's all bare hands. How do you kill a gorilla with your bare hands? Does anybody know how to do that?
I don't know. I think you just have to. I think you just have to do what Wagyu said. You just got to wear them out.
You got to wear them out. Eternia said, "Can we do it in water?"
Wagyu.
Can we slow that bad boy down to some H2O? Is that what you said, bye-bye?
Can we get him in some H20?
Can we get him in the pool at about 5 feet deep?
Can we do-lo him in the water? Can we do it?
Can we put them hands on that bad boy?
Wagyu suggests a gorilla would be ripping limbs off and biting chunks out of people.
I mean, yeah, for the first 4 or 5
If it
guys.
was a war,
yeah, sure.
the subsequent human combatants would run away after they saw what happened to the first 20 men.
I mean, listen, there's a thing called overwhelming. You're overwhelming in numbers, right? If you overwhelm the opponent in numbers, yeah, sure, he'll tear up Bobby and Johnny, right? Don't get the first to get it, but he's going to wear down. We will survive. There will be casualties, yes. And monkeys like to go for the genitalia for some strange reason. So there will be casualties. For fuck's sake.
If I had to, okay.
Wait a minute, hear me out. Naked, speaker, gap, tape my back. Oh, Panda, you're killing me. You're killing me already.
Oh, shit.
And so it begins. Roy said gorillas ain't shit.
Ah, shit. He said a gorilla ain't shit.
He just came on the S.O.R channel and just told us that a gorilla ain't jack shit. Gorilla ain't shit to him. He's Roy Droid Void. He's saying fuck a gorilla. You crazy as hell, Roy. You crazy.
David said he's going to ask for peace and just join the gorilla. You're better off helping than you are trying to destroy gorilla.
Yeah.
Now, okay, let's be honest. No weapons, hand-to-hand combat, 100 men versus a gorilla.
Oh,
I think it could be done. Without any tools. We talking finger strength here. I don't know if it's just going to be ripping off limbs like that.
I mean, this gorilla could, right?
I don't know about. I mean, maybe you like the first.
Hold on,
the first 2 or 3 people.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
That's
after that, he gonna have to catch his breath. You gonna have to catch his ass on the.
And the size of his chompers, the size of a gorilla's mouth when it protrudes, and he opens up his mouth. Somebody look up the pounds per pressure on a gorilla's goddamn
jaw strength.
On his tricuspids and bicuspids, by God.
His mandible.
Let's see the mastication strength of this animal. Somebody look that up. Because I think he can break bones by just biting you.
He might be able to do that.
Man, I'm telling you,
Oh,
man.
okay. For sure he'll break bones, but Wagyu suggested ripping limbs clean off. That's a lot of force.
I mean, if you put Kent Spong in there with a silverback gorilla, he's going to tear Kent apart.
That could happen. Yes. Yes.
What are you talking about?
Yes. That could happen. Yes. Yeah, Kent Spong will get reamed. He cannot be the first to go first. He just has to wait.
Yeah.
Kent Spawn has to be the guy that just wrote the story.
Yeah.
I was there,
We
and it
can't-
was horrible.
I refuse to put my guy in that situation.
He said, why me? Go in there. Go in there. There. Kent Spawn? Never. Good sir. Never. I am a synthesizer mechanic, sir. You've got the wrong lad.
You've been barking up the wrong tree.
The whole lot of you. I will not meet my demise there. I will not step into that ring and meet my demise, sir. Kent Spawn is the fucking captain on a big ass ship, right? Go with me on this story. Let's go into our imaginations. Kent Spawn is a fucking captain of a ship of, let's just say, 20,000 people on board.
Wait, a cruise ship or like a
cruise ship?
A working vessel?
A working vessel is even better.
Yeah.
With cargo and shit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so go with me here. Kent Spawn is the captain. And everyone loves the captain. And all of a sudden, the cargo ship gets into dangerous waters. And its hull starts to crack. Kent Spawn is the guy, he's the captain that will get on his dinghy with his first mate.
Yes, he would.
Abandon ship.
Before telling anyone else.
And then as he's 2 miles away, he shall say over the radio, "Attention, this is your captain speaking. The ship has going down, brothers, and I'm already off the boat. Save yourselves. Do what you must."
But I am leaving.
Good sir, I have already left no more than 10 minutes ago.
You are on your own.
You're drowning as we speak, good sir.
No, I don't know if
Look,
Kent's
look,
like that. I
and
don't,
then-
I don't think Kent would abandon people like that.
And then Kent will say, "This is your captain.
I bid you a farewell.
I bid you adieu."
At Godspeed, sir.
No, I don't think Kent would do that.
You guys think Kent would abandon some people? I don't think Kent would do it.
Your captain has not decided to go down with the boat.
How many fucked up captains are like that out there in the treacherous seas?
I bet you a lot of captains just bounced on people and said, "Well, you know what? I know what this is going to look like. It's going to be mutiny, every man for themselves. I better get on a dinghy first."
Oh, yeah, maybe some Somalian captains are doing that nowadays, but I don't think there's any abandoning ship like that per se. Maybe like 600-700 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, they were gone in the wind.
Yeah, they were just.
Yeah, I don't fuck that crew.
There's no wind in the sail, and the captain's like, you know what? I got a chest full of bread. I got a dinghy. I got a map. I'm out.
Let me get the fuck out of
Let me
here.
get the hell out of here. I've seen how this goes down.
Groove Chemist said, "I say, oh boy, this is your captain speaking." The captain has left the ship.
Oh, boy.
Imagine what goes through the crew's head when they found out the captain left like 5 minutes ago and he's like 19 nautical miles west by southwest.
Johnny's probably like, I thought the protocol was the captain stays and goes down with the ship.
I'd be like, motherfucker.
So where is he? That guy left 10 minutes ago, and he took the best fucking dinghy. He's a real asshole.
Kid said, "I'll just seal the compartment with a tear and carry on."
Yeah, you will, Kent.
Kent Spawn does not fight gorillas. And he definitely doesn't go down the ship.
Kent's probably like, oh, I'll just play him out. Fuck it, I'm just gonna. Kent is the captain who would bring his synthesizer, the CS-80. Okay, he would put speakers on his vessel, and he would say things like, I am going to play you out now. There. I shall give you courage as you meet your demise, brother. Carry on.
Oh my God. Chrome said he's lieutenant. Oh shit.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Oh my God. That's what life's all about, boys. That laughter.
Could you imagine if Scotty was like his second mate? Could you?
Oi, kid.
Oi, they're going down with the boat.
Oi, Kent, you cunt.
Ya cunt.
I got the dinghy ready.
Those two culprits, right?
I got the dinghy ready, kid.
Fucking culprits.
Right?
Look at them all chummed up, buddied up. They practiced this shit at home before they even get on the ship. What they're going to do.
Nah, Tracker. Kent ain't going down with that 80. Kent's going to be in that fucking dinghy 19 nautical miles away with a bullhorn. Your captain is left.
I wonder how accurate that depiction in the movie Titanic, where that band started to play as the ship was sinking. I wonder if there was some validity to that little written section of the movie. Because if that's the case, then that's exactly what fucking Ken Spong would do. I've learned this piece from Mr. Zimmer himself. I shall bid you adieu and play you out, my dear folk.
I wonder if Kent knows the Pirates of the Caribbean score.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, that shit. Maybe we got the movie. Chrome said maybe this is the fucking movie. Kent Spong doesn't fight gorillas, nor does he go down with his ship.
Oh, Ken said it is a true
He said
story.
he does.
No, he said
I do as it goes.
it is accurate. Yeah, Wagyu said it was accurate. That band was playing.
Is it really?
Yes, they were.
Damn, they was
Listen,
cold-blooded.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
If as us as musicians, if you had an opportunity to go out playing your instrument to your very last second of living, isn't that how you would want to go out? I know that's 100% how I would like to go out.
Oh, wait, Cressy's right. Cressy said, remember that cruise line in the Mediterranean where the captain abandoned his ship? He was taken back.
Oh, to it by force. Oh, you shall not abandon us. We'll swim to you, grab you by the balls, and put you back on the vessel.
Scotty said he would go out playing too.
Hell yeah, Scotty. That's what I'm talking about.
A Sif said he wanted to be a pirate. The fuck did we just start here? Arr. Garr. Let me know if you're coming in, Kent, or anybody, because y'all know I can't see that screen back there. So if you're sitting back there camping and shit, I hope you got a lot of firewood.
Pirates of the Kent's bathtub. Could you? God damn it, Panda! Now I'm visualizing Kent in the bathtub with goddamn little pirate boats. It's just Kent. I don't even know why we're deflecting this shit to you, buddy. I don't get it. I don't know why we're doing this to you,
Damn.
Kent.
But Kent made a point. He said women and children first. There wasn't enough life rafts on the boat because they believed the Titanic to be unsinkable.
Well, that's right.
So the musicians were going nowhere.
They got cocky. The makers of that ship got cocky. The egos.
They got bukkake.
The egos built that ship. Big ass iceberg sank that bad boy. Big fat ass iceberg.
Too. It just calf right on that ass. Slap. Cut.
Now you see, in the situation such as that, I am going out playing the bass guitar. The last note you'd probably hear is him drowning himself in C major. Because that's what Kent would want us to play.
Right. Can 100 men beat a gorilla?
Probe said them dudes had big ass upright base to fucking float on. How come they didn't float on them shits?
I bet you there was plenty of floating devices, but that water was so damn cold.
Yeah, just freezing.
Ken said he plays C minor.
Because of the dark
water
times.
bits.
Yeah, fucking.
To the watery bits.
Yes, this is dark times. We go to the minor notes, brother. There's nothing happy about the major here.
Long have my days.
Long have my dreams been of dark of late.
I don't know why I think Kent Spong sounds like that. None other. 'Tis I, Kent Spong. I don't know why we picking on Kent Spong.
I have no clue. It could have been a number of you jokers in there. A number of you worthy of this.
How many of you, when you were young, you sat there like we just did just now for the past 30 minutes and just told fables, just hung out with your friends and told fables
And just told lies.
and fantasies, and you were in it. You were in this movie.
He's telling you, listen to this guy. And they weren't lies. They were fables. They were stories, fictitious stories. I like where you're going with that, right? They weren't lies, man. We were kids. We had an imagination. We used to have bunk beds and we tie shoelaces from the doorknob to the bunk bed and zip line our damn G.I. Joes from one end to another and say things like, "Yo, Joe, I'm on my way. I got some machine gun action." Type shit. We used to have fun.
What was the flamethrower G.I. Joe name?
Blowtorch.
Blowtorch.
I'm gonna smoke you up. Bang you to a crisp. Type shit. What happened to those days? You got any of you guys right now, if you had a box of toys, would you literally get on the floor next to your bed and play with a goddamn G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip? Would anybody in here play with a G.I. Joe, the Kung Fu grip? I would with this dude. If he brought his toy and I have my toy, we playing toys, my boy.
I remember we had all of the Voltron pieces. I operated every lion as if I saw it in the cartoon. I had a script for every piece of Voltron. And then I'll form the head,
is what he said. Eternity said he got cupboards full of Star Wars, you motherfuckers. Flex on him.
I believe Eternians still play with toys.
I believe this dude still plays with toys too, my boy.
I believe this dude's room is painted mint green with white trim, and he got Mattel all over the fucking place. And he closes his door. Actually, when he closes his door, he locks it because he don't want nobody to come in that bitch. And it's his time. And in the background, he's just playing like Hanna-Barbera cartoon.
God damn. And I'm jealous.
As he's playing with his toys, Eternian style. Eternian probably got adult-sized onesies.
Is that Peter Pan too, my boy?
And some cereal in that damn room. And all of his imagination. Why is that frowned upon now? Why are we in a situation where we can't even play like we were kids anymore? What about us
grew up,
said it was okay? I know, I get it. We got to be adults and go to work and pay the bills. But when you come home,
how come your ass can't be 13, 12, 9, 6 anymore, is what he's saying.
Chris has said, we're playing Pop Star.
We're playing Pops. I mean,
that's a way to look at it.
That's a way to look at it.
He ain't lying.
Everybody wants to be the star. I want to know what's universal. Did in our grocery stores here in the States, And my brother can contest to this because he bought them with me. We had bags of green G.I. Joe men.
Oh, I remember.
Soldiers.
Soldiers.
And they had tan ones, I believe.
They had some tan ones, too.
And they were the enemy.
Yep. They were the communists.
We set those goddamn things up in the most strategic places.
I think they were called the commie figures.
My frontline skills were amazing then. I could have been general. Maybe that's pushing it.
And if I was the commie figures, I'd let him take like half of my front line out just to make sure that he was going to win the war.
Was it biased? Fuck yeah. It was America through and through. God
Hella
damn it.
biased. Hella biased.
America.
Didn't know it at the time. How many of you rooted for the bad guy in cartoons growing up?
Ooh, how many of y'all rooted for the bad guy in cartoons, bro? Listen to this dude.
And every time the bad guy had an argument, it was against like socialism and it was against like being a slave for the government.
Oh, this dude took us into some zeitgeist type shit.
Just think about what the bad guy stood for in those early cartoons.
Probably some of the shit y'all stand for today is what he's saying. I'm not talking about conquering the world, but
hell yeah. But what about Brutus and Popeye? Go with me on this. Brutus was strong.
Hey, man, I really do feel like your hype man over here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, go on, bro.
Brutus was strong. Slapped the shit out of Popeye. Took his woman. That's real life.
That's real life shit.
He was a real life villain. That shit can happen in real life. A big guy that's stronger than you, knows more than you, slaps you across your face.
In front of your woman.
And takes her. Takes her for the good. It's real life. I don't think a motherfucker can go back and eat a can of spinach, pop out some outrageous muscles, and be like, ham with a ham still.
Put him on.
Shit don't happen. Cartoons never gave us the real life. I think that was the big problem.
Cressy said Olive Oil had them legs, though.
She did have them legs,
but her whole body looked like legs. Her body looked like just
one continuous leg.
The letter H.
Damn, bruh.
Yeah. There was nothing attractive about Olive Oil. No curves at all.
She was a walking petroglyph.
A calamity.
There was nothing really attractive about Olive Oil.
Nothing.
With her circle ass head and that big ass nose.
Wait, did they answer my question? Did the UK have those army men like we had? Somebody just go back and pin it. I don't know.
What was Wimpy's story? Like growing up, I used to not like Wimpy. He would always show up asking for food and trying to pay a dude next Tuesday. What was his story? What's his backstory like? Who you know like that in the real world? Where a dude keep asking you for money for a hamburger. I ain't talking about biscuit. But who you know gonna ask for a hamburger and gonna pay you back Tuesday, and they're consistent with it?
Damn.
Roy said freeloader.
That's a freeloader.
Maybe sometimes you gotta pay these freeloaders.
Okay, wait. So Cressy and Panda say Action Man. That was their thing.
Action
We
Man.
need to look up. Can somebody? Well, we
don't have the editor.
We don't have
here.
the editor, but we'll go and research Action Man and see what that's about.
Yeah, somebody put the link up if they know what it is.
Yeah. What was Action Man's like? Did he have a superpower? Was he a double agent?
Dave said you're gonna want to read this chat later. I'm most definitely gonna read this chat later because there's a bunch of fucking idiots in here right now.
You guys are animals.
Fucking Monkey Islanders.
Monkey Islanders. You're animals.
Let me ask you this. Who agreed with Planet of the Apes?
Kent says, I'm still sitting in the... Kent, how come you don't... You can't just sit there and say that. You just can't come out with a random text, a random chat, and just, I've been sitting in the green room. You haven't given us any heads up, sir.
I keep telling Kent, and even Scotty keeps telling Kent, say something if you're going to sit back there and camp. You
All right.
stop.
I have something to say.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. All right.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, we have no idea.
I don't know. It's just
Wait,
one of those
one
days.
minute. One
no
minute
clue.
I'm bait for a gorilla. The next minute I'm this shitty sea captain. Okay. And all I was doing was laying on the bed. I'm going, what the fuck did I do?
You showed up.
I go, oh, the boys are on. I'll go upstairs and watch the show, see what they're talking about tonight. And apparently, it's me being eaten by a gorilla.
Well,
Or
it's
running away from my ship and watching it sink from a distance. I thought, did I do something in a past life, maybe?
Oh, shit. My God. When you put it like that, kid, you make it seem... Oh, it's all about the wording, Kent. And it wasn't just going to be you. It's like 100 other guys. We're just saying we don't want you on the front line.
Right.
Oh,
we don't want you fucking with gorillas.
No. The guys in the chat had already decided I was going to be the gorilla bait. And they go, yeah, him.
Yeah. The skinny twat.
Yeah. He's over there and he will be talking to the gorilla, and while he's distracted, we'll creep up behind him with a cricket bat.
Oh, my God. Yep.
Yeah, but you can't use tools. Somebody has to put their arm around that thing.
Ah, okay. Well, either way, I'll be dead, so it won't matter.
Oh, shit.
There you go.
That's exactly why I said you're not going to engage. You'll just write the novel of 100 men and a gorilla.
Yeah. Pros and trackers saying, did they take the mushrooms? No. Honestly, today we're just fucking on one today.
Yeah.
Just naturally on one.
Because we had a conversation like, what happened to the silly us? Like, what happened to the giddy, the play, like, the come up with
Well, yesterday was so
these
dark in the
fantastical
conversation.
stories.
Yeah, yesterday was dark in the conversation.
Yesterday was dark.
Yeah.
Well, it was dark.
Yeah.
But sometimes you
as soon
gotta
as
go
you
dark.
start getting anywhere near those subjects, though,
Yep.
it can only lead to darkness.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you got to get
You know
dark
what I
and
mean?
dark.
I like how kids said that shit. Sometimes it can only lead
Yeah.
to darkness.
It could only lead to the dark side.
Theatrical Kent.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we're just fucking on one, you guys.
Yeah.
Go with it.
I haven't laughed like this in a long time.
At a long ass time.
And I need it.
I think we were in the truck and we were like, you know what? Yesterday's podcast was kind of fucking dark, man. Don't you feel like dainty now? You feel a little awkward about it, don't you? We gotta brighten up.
Yeah, I had to.
Another question I have is, what the hell is Scott doing still working?
Yeah, he's
That
behind.
dude's got a lot of shit to do.
Yeah, I think he's
The only
saturated.
people I know that work at this time of night are people in fast food restaurants and hookers. So which is he?
shit. Which is he?
Criminals, cops, and hookers are the only things that
Criminals,
Oh, I
cops,
don't know.
and
McDonald's
motivating.
might still be open.
You might get occasional K-9.
Possibly, anyway.
I don't know. So wait, you were in bed and we done went on ahead and disturbed that for you, huh?
No, I was just laying on the bed because Siri wanted to chill out, and I went, oh, okay, and I just laid on the bed with her, and it's nice and cool in there because we've been roasting all day.
Yeah, it's been fucking murderous hot.
Yeah.
What's that Fahrenheit?
Oh, a lot.
Oh,
High 80s,
Well,
90s.
do you guys get that? Do you get
Do you
like
guys
100
get
degrees out there?
90s?
Does it get that hot?
I think it did in the 70s once.
Oh,
It got exceedingly stupidly hot.
look, well, back in California, because all we knew was the desert, and I'm gonna tell you, the days when it was 113 degrees, you like instantly feel the cooking on your skin. It'd be that hot, and it's like it's the West Coast dry air, high desert hot.
Well, if it's anything to go by, I actually burnt my feet on the grass walking to the kitchen.
Oh,
wow.
shit. Yeah, Kresge said 90-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cooking. That's
It was-
cooking.
It was uncomfortable, put it that way.
Hey, was it big news when that Indian airline flight went down out there your guys' way? Have you heard about this?
When did this happen? I knew there was one that failed, and then there was another one that almost had an identical fault.
Yeah, I think this was like
It was
5-6 days ago.
UK to India or India to the UK.
Yeah,
Was it a 787 Boeing?
yeah, I think it was,
Yeah.
and it had this one survivor. And I remember when they showed the survivor's face, the look on his face, Kent, was like that dude seen 1,000 deaths.
242 souls on that plane.
200, and he's the only, and he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He
and got
was
flung
he
from
was
the
sitting in
wreckage.
11A in the seat and got flung from the wreckage. Now, how must this plane had opened up to where he could fling outside of it? Like, could you imagine what this guy went through?
Wait, did he fling? Did he fling, or did he see a gap that he fell through? It was something like that,
Right.
Yeah, because it's essentially an aluminium tin,
Exactly.
and they fold up pretty easy. Because they have to be light. You know, oh yeah, we've got big jet engines, blah 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 blah. Yeah, but they still have to be relatively light.
Right. Yeah.
Wagyu said he was on that plane with his brother, so his brother didn't make it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to be a survivor when I should have been dead. I would imagine the survivor's remorse is
Or guilt. Yeah.
or
Well, yeah,
guilt
there's this
is-
duality of you're happy you're still alive, but you're, unhappy that that your brother died instead of you, kind of thing. So it's
Well, at least he's going to be well taken care of. I mean, because that payout, it's for that man, he's going to deserve every cent.
Oh yeah.
Every cent. And even then, he probably won't recover from it.
Roy said he was standing in the aisle and was thrown out.
That's amazing. You know what's amazing about it? When I seen it go down and I saw how it engulfed in flames, and to imagine it killed the 200, but this one soul, when it was not his time, barely comes out with a few scratches. Call it luck.
the way it can happen.
Yeah, like,
It's the way
but
it can happen.
that to me, it sounds impossible.
It's like a miracle.
This plane fell on buildings, on a hospital, I do believe, like a training hospital. And this guy makes it like that. That's what they would say is a miracle. Would you agree or disagree? I'm curious, Kent.
It's
What
luck of the draw. It's luck of the draw.
Yeah. What's the definition of a miracle?
Is that luck? Can we say a miracle could just be
Him.
chalked up as luck?
Is that the definition of a miracle?
Miracle
This
is-
guy, barely with scratches, clothes aren't even burnt, and he's just fucking walking and going,
Well,
hey.
miracle suggests a religious connotation and religious connection to it. And,
Right.
that would open up a whole new can of worms, So,
Yeah, but most are saying like, that's even those who aren't religious, they're just like, it's a miracle this guy has made it. I think probably they don't use it in that context.
yeah, exactly.
And some
Miracle
do.
implies divine intervention, as
Right.
Wagyu says.
Okay.
And but people can think that if they wish. Personally, I see it as it's just luck of the draw.
And I cannot go against that grain either, sir.
Yeah.
When you're lucky, you're lucky. Isn't that what they say in Las Vegas?
It's good to be lucky.
Yeah.
Or what's the saying? I'd rather be lucky any day than, what was the other term?
Oh, I remember I know where you're going with
was-
that, but I just forgot
something in the effect
phrasing of
of
it.
I'd rather be lucky than good or something like that. Or
Somebody will get it.
something to that effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Rather be good every day than lucky on off. I don't know. I know where you're going though.
Yeah.
Yeah, people in chat seem to agree. He was lucky.
Yeah. So
But anyways, man, shit. So there we were. We were in a truck today, and just driving about. We were like, yeah, let's just bring some fun to the old guys.
Yeah.
I'm sure we've drove that bus to hell and left it there.
And we've been on a tornado watch the entire time too. From what was it, 4 o'clock?
Oh yeah.
Whenever Jervis came on is when tornado watch came out.
And what is it about a good storm that just really like you know the dangers, but you enjoy it? Anybody ever figured that one out?
Well, you know, you see, again, that comes down to luck as well. You know, a tornado can come through somebody's town. One house is left untouched. Another house is completely destroyed.
Right.
Yep. Like, how did
You
it
know?
bypass just this one house?
Yeah.
Like, how does that happen?
And yet, it happens.
And yet it happens.
So, you know, it's
I was-
either your time or it isn't. Simple as that.
Who said that yesterday? Somebody said that. We heard that Father Time is steadily behind us with his stopwatch, and we're guessing when he's going to punch the number.
That's a good thing. I like that.
And we don't know when it's going to be. Like
That's beautiful. That's what's beautiful about it.
that's the grandiose thing from it.
Yeah.
Pushes you a little bit harder to start doing what you want to do in life. I tell you that if you put that in perspective, probably 4 or 5 times throughout your day,
that's man's true motivation.
I think it's a great motivator.
Father Time is man's true motivation. Currency ain't got nothing on Father Time.
Oh, man. Oh, mate, I don't know. It's just the way things work sometimes, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna find me trying to outrun old Father Time. I don't have legs for that anymore.
No. You need both.
Seriously. When it's got your number, it's got your number.
Well, it's like every morning when because our entire bathroom is mirrors. That was a bad move. I don't know why we went that way. I really don't.
Whoa. I can think of only one reason for me, but maybe I have a dirty mind.
Well,
But if I
all
could watch myself in every position,
Mate, all I know is I get up in the morning, I stagger out of bed, and I go to the toilet, and wherever I look, there's a mirror, and there's this guy who died 40 years ago staring back at me.
oh
It looks
man.
like- yeah, it just looks so fucking old and worn out.
But do
I
you
got-
feel it?
Initially, yes,
Mm-hmm.
but after half an hour or so, I'm fine. I'm off. But first thing in the morning, Jesus Christ.
You ever see that guy in the mirror and go, fucking A, we played a masterful game of life.
No.
I mean,
Best I'll go, how did I survive this long?
well, still, you chalk that up to a masterful game of life, sir.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've had my share of luck, I must admit.
Yeah.
You know,
But look, how old are you again, Kent? 60?
62 now.
62?
still
Which
young.
still sounds
Still
weird and
young.
alien to me when I say
Right.
it.
But soon I'll be saying it, and I'll say, Kent told me that it would feel alien in it, but yet I'm still me.
Yeah.
I just
It's
don't
weird.
have the body that I
Because
once
it's
had.
weird, because the Kent on the inside
Right?
is at best 5, between 5 and 25, and it shifts during the
I
course
like
of the
that.
day. But not the 62-year-old guy I see in the mirror. I go, who the fuck is that? Because that's not what's going on in there.
Right.
Right.
How you
you
feel
know what I mean?
is, yeah, I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and I still find it hard to come to terms with it sometimes. Where I go, oh, who the hell is
Okay,
that?
I'm glad you said that. Now it's gonna take us down a rabbit hole, Kent. You see what you did there? You see what you spark a little bit of.
Let me guess, I'm the rabbit bait.
Yes.
I mean,
always have
today
been.
it seems like Kent's
Always
on
will
the-
be.
Kent's on
Here, bunny,
the
bunny,
menu,
bunny.
boys.
Here, bunny, bunny, bunny. Woo.
Now let me ask you this: we say no one really knows. Everybody can give their opinion or their personal experience about the soul, about the energy of the soul. If we still feel young in the mind and in the spirit, where we have the thrive that we could do the things that we once did when we were young, but our bodies are too old and won't let us, how does that mean we're tethered to this body? And would you say that giving that notion, the spirit it seems a little bit
Detached?
eternal. It seems like it's this covalent bond that is
I don't know. I think that for me, I think it's probably more a state of mind because I'm doing things on a daily basis that I've always done. Right? So the things I used to do, say 30 years ago, I'm humping CS80s around, I'm doing this, that, and the other, and all the rest of it. I'm still doing it today, but I don't feel any, more tired or more exhausted from doing it.
I mean, like jumping a 8-foot fence. I mean, like jumping out of a helicopter and barely pulling the parachute type. You could have sex.
I wouldn't know. I didn't do that when I was young.
Yeah, well, but you know what I'm saying. The things that a young body can endure, right?
Yeah.
The things that you can't physically do. And I'm not saying you can't do them now, but I'm like maybe in your 80s when your body can't do, but your mind is still there. What do you tell yourself? Like, what does that look like? That means I'm still fresh in the inside. And then what is that inside? Like, how can we be so sure that you and I do not exist outside of these shells? How could we be so sure?
I don't know. I mean, the thing is, if I was 80, the first thing I'd be asking myself is, why am I still fucking working on these synthesizers? For a start. Right? I think what you do is you change your life goals. And I think what you're, the things that you're doing, you adapt. Just like you could, it's got nothing to do with age. It's about adapting to your physical limits.
Yeah.
Right.
To your body's maximum. Yeah.
Exactly. So if somebody who is, 20 and they have a car accident and they're paralyzed from the waist down, they don't go, oh, I can't be a long distance marathon runner and chew themselves up for the next 50 years. They adapt and are happy with what they can do.
Yes.
I think it's the same as you get older. Yes, you will. I know I'm going to not be able to do as much as I do now, or for as long. So I will adapt. Like, for instance, if somebody wants their CS80 fully restored, fine, I'll get somebody in to assist.
Oh, yeah.
Right. But and there's that saying in the States, though. There's that saying. It's like that movie Cocoon. They say the older you get, the more you start to question yourself as to what happens to me when I die. And I'm getting closer to these age brackets, right? Like something about your body is telling you that. Have you found that because you're 62 now, that you start to contemplate your own existence more?
I don't, and I tell you for why. Because I don't want to waste the time I've got left, however long that is. And we can all say that.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what age we are. I don't want to dwell on such things.
I agree.
All I know is that, I mean, if Fiona come down with some, I don't know, debilitating disease or something like that, I'll be focusing on looking after her.
Yeah.
And keeping her as happy and as content as humanly possible.
Right.
If I come down with something like that, I'll have to find something else to keep me amused. And try not to be too much of a burden on her.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So
Yep.
it's just all about adaptation. And because you have an age, where you have numbers where children look at you and go, how can you still be alive, sort of thing. I don't think it's any different. There are 85-year-old people out there who are still, in their heart and in their mind, 16.
Right.
And fucking let them be. Because thinking and feeling young, regardless of what your age is, will allow you to continue to be young.
Mm.
You know?
That's
When you
why-
start going, oh, I'm old, I can't do this. No, I've
Yeah.
seen people do this. I
Yeah.
have seen people do
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
They're old, and they go, oh, I'm 65 now. I shouldn't be doing this. I can't do this. I'm too old to do this. And you watch them wither away
Yeah.
and die.
And they put themselves in that position.
Yes, yeah. Because they've allowed this dark cloud from the back of the mind to come forward and go, you're old. You can't do the things you used to do. Sit in a chair, do crossword puzzles, and wait for death. And they do it.
They do.
They
And they
do it.
fucking do it. And I
Yeah.
go, yeah, okay, then I'll just give up because now I'm old, bollocks to it. And I'm
And that's
not
why,
built
and
like
that's
that.
and that's why I ask, because I'm always curious of people's perceptions, especially at different ages.
Mm-hmm.
You always want someone else's view, right? Because you can't just take things at face value. Oh, statistically, people when they're older, they do this and this, this and that, and there's these guidelines. But it's nice and refreshing to hear that Kent is on a dip. He looks at shit differently.
Yeah. I know somebody that's 50 years old, and we asked him, what's it like being 50? He's like, it sucks. Everything hurts.
Right.
It's miserable. You're going to hate it. I'm like, why are you?
Yeah. Why would
are
you put that on me?
Why are you projecting that on me? And when you look at this individual, the individual doesn't eat right. The individual is heavy, has a total different lifestyle than what you have or what I have or what she has.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I honestly believe age is a state of mind. Honestly. And if you're smart and can be adaptable, you can work around the body aging and remain young inside. As long as you can remain young inside,
I think that's what matters.
that's all you need, mate.
Oh, well,
Honestly.
here's what's golden. Let's say 3 years from now, somebody approaches you and says, hey, we can reverse the clock on you, give you youth again, essentially give you another 60, 70 years.
Yeah.
What do you say?
I say, can Fiona come back with me as well? Otherwise,
absolutely.
let's not bother.
Absolutely.
Because I don't want to spend 60 years fucking missing her. Thank you.
Right. But, okay, they'll do it for both of you.
Fine, have another crack at it. Why not?
Wow. I like that see now that gives me fucking
That's
hope
crazy.
that no matter what life dishes you and no matter how fucked you think you are, Kent says you give me some added years and I'll make them even fucking
That's
better.
wow. I have
Yeah,
to
I'll do
sit.
that. Yeah, do
And-
some
and-
other
and-
things.
Hell yeah, and I got nothing against
I
that.
have to sit
Yeah.
and think about that.
That is an awesome fucking answer, Mr. Spongellis.
Yeah, but I
might-
guess
I would probably start building those fucking huge, stupid polyscents earlier, you know, and stuff like that.
yeah.
Instead of going, oh, it's going to cost a lot. I faltered. I went, it's going to cost a lot of money. I don't know whether people are going to buy them. Blah, 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 blah. And all the time I'm talking about it, time's passing. And life situations are changing and all the rest of it. And I think the time has passed now. You know, I might still do it in terms of doing it as Eurorack, you know, in little blocks. But as for the big fuck off girl, nah, not now.
Scotty says it's still time to get some scores in, Kent.
Woo!
Well, see, this is something I would have liked. I don't know whether. You see, I thought, all right, well, if I stop repairing synthesizers and everything, just call it a day and say, all right, I'm going to retire from this. And I thought, right, then I'll start a music career and see if I can get into TV and film. Fuck me, I know enough people. I might be able to get a little bit of a sort of like week, you know?
Right.
Little finger in the arse. There you go, week. And just take me up a level quicker.
Woo!
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to be a film composer or whatever. Well, not a TV composer, whatever. For a little while.
Yep.
But we'll see, you know. But in the meantime, I need to get all the bloody gear that's here out of the way. I've got a Mustang to finish restoring. I've got this to do. I've got that to do.
You
Get all
are
these bits and
active.
pieces.
You are active.
You're active, and that's probably why you're
Honest
you're
to
so
God,
young.
if I had nothing to do, I would go insane. No, honestly.
Yeah.
Even if it was, sort of like boring chores.
Right.
If I had nothing to do, I'd go and find something to do. I'd go and break something, and so I can fix it.
Right. Because just sitting in the house alone is already mental in itself.
This that CEO from Google for the AI department. He's like one of the grandfathers of AI development. Chat GPT 4, I think, is when he left. But I have to get his name. He said that. He said, and the reason why he quit Google is because people are not really talking about what they are, about AI taking over all these jobs within 24 months. And he's telling people now that it's crazy that how they want to take all these jobs and he's not even for it anymore. Like he's not even for it. And there was this, what you guys were talking about, it brought up part of his conversation, and I'm just trying to figure out like what he actually said without butchering it. God, I just forgot the fucking point.
Panda, I think once you start making a business out of it, it's very easy to lose the soul of what you love doing. It could become a chore. And if your ability isn't enough to ride them days, it's going to suck.
Okay.
Yeah, there is that risk. There is that risk. Panda's dead right.
Yeah, so he was, what the AI guy was saying, I found it. He was saying if humans don't have something to do in life, it is not going to look well for society. As AI takes these jobs, and he was just posing the idea that if all the jobs were taken and humans are just getting paid money without anything to do, that is a doomsday scenario.
Yeah.
Socially.
I mean, I don't know. What would you do if you had, like, if there's no job and you're just collecting income? What would you do with your time is the better question. That goes to everybody. What would you do with your time?
And Kent said he has to do something.
On universal income.
Ken already told us, for him personally, he has to do something or he'll drive him mad. But if there are no jobs out there, what do you do?
No, you see, there's no... Now, this is going to sound extremely precocious and make me sound like a cunt. But hey, there's no such thing as no jobs. If you can adapt, there will always be somebody who is willing to pay to get you to do something.
You know what's funny? You said that. The guy even actually said, if I were anybody looking for a job, I would train to be a plumber.
But even then, that's
how many plumbers can you have?
It's not going to be a thing after all for some time. But that's true, Kent. Chrome says easy. VCV rack. Groove says make music. If I didn't have to work, I'd make music. Everybody, like, they're going to
do what they love.
What they love in the art.
But the weird thing with me is I'd want to make it a job because it being a job is what would be driving me to do it.
Some sort of purpose.
Yeah. That there would be so many hours of the day that I would assign to it. And I could still enjoy, I can enjoy hearing the finished products, you know? And that would be the driving force for me to do it. Because this is going to sound weird, if I really loved writing music that much, I would have done more.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't done a great deal. But every now and again I'd get a bug and go, oh, I want to write a score. Fuck it, let's write a score. And I will, like, work on it hours after, hours and hours and on end until it was kind of done. I end up fucking it up with the mixing or whatever. But, and go, there is something there, as it were. And go, yeah, okay, I like the sound of it. I might have to do that again, but, like I say, with every track I've ever done, I really do need to do that again, but do it properly this time. And, fine. But as for doing it on a regular basis, day in, day out, I need to make it a job.
Yeah.
Even if that job, like if you're getting universal base income, and even so you're doing that job for free, are you comfortable with working that job for free? It's free, but you're getting paid. But in essence, it's just like you're just doing that job because it's needed. And you're saying you're very comfortable with doing that for your whole life.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a case of there was nothing else I could do,
Right.
and I could write music, and it would be enough to feed us, keep the roof over our head, and make sure the dogs don't go hungry. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it. That's no problem.
Yeah, because I think I'd still want to shoe horses, but that's not the issue. I mean, what we're talking about is pure hypothetical. If all jobs were taken by AI, what do we do with our time? Just go with us.
I think
If everything was being done by AI, well, good luck getting AI to repair a CS80 that's been in a fucking cupboard for 40 years.
let's just say it can't. Let's just say
All right, let's assume it
all of
can.
our needs are met. Okay,
Let's face it, AI is
worry
already
about
doing
anything.
things that make you go, wow. So, yeah, I think it's on the cards, isn't it? All right, so AI is now doing everything. So,
What's left for you, Kent? I'm curious.
well, I would imagine that there must be some sort of cost to AI doing these things. So, like, for instance, if somebody's toilet system stopped working, is AI going to repair that?
Let's just say that it's that advanced now, right?
It's incorporated into everything.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's a
you don't
whole,
have to. You don't have to worry about jack shit. AI's got your back.
Yeah,
It's your Swiss Army knife.
everything like the whole the whole way humanity lives is now different, and everything is on a grid with circuitry and.
I could see society splitting into two
Two factions.
groups, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
I would see the people who welcome the AI in their lives, and the people that, although they have AI in their lives, would rather their toilet system was repaired by a person.
Oh,
So you're saying there'll be
Somebody
this
they
nostalgic
could talk
world,
to
right? Right. There'll be this nostalgia.
and explain
about
how
us.
their cat's got a bad leg, and would they like a cup of tea and how many sugars and all that kind of thing.
but you don't think our governments are going to force us on this whole new way of life, because the ultimate goal is to have full control. Like
No, not well. It depends. It depends on the people, and it depends on how well they are suckered into the whole scheme. Because it wouldn't be the whole world. There's going to be countries that are not going to have the advanced AI, and all the time there's the imbalance. It'd be very hard to make it that way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cheech is proving your point because he's saying we're social people and we would rebel. If you're going to break into a different faction, that's already rebelling. That's refusing to go with the program.
Yeah.
And I can see that because I see that shit now. We have these like, I prefer old music versus new music.
I mean, all right. I know it's it's science fiction and everything else. It's stories. But when you think like something like with Star Trek, and you've got the ship, and it's got talking computers, and you've got replicators, and all this sort of shit, and the ship can run itself. It doesn't need a crew. Just go right, off you go. Just let us know what you find.
Yeah.
You don't need.
Drone ships are a thing right now too.
Well, yeah, exactly. But then there's also people who yearn to go and see for themselves.
Yeah, explore. It's the curiosity.
Having an AI go and see it for you and
for
bring
fuck
back the
all.
data
Yeah.
is one thing, but going yourself,
Yeah.
I mean,
So maybe that's what we do, Kent. Maybe as humans, we explore. We chase the art. We go see things we've never seen and taste different foods and different cultures. And
yeah, maybe the borders are opened up and you can go see the world.
maybe
I don't know, because people
There's still that human effect.
People are still
people.
cavemen.
Yeah, we're still barbaric. I
Yeah,
don't know
we're
if
still barbaric.
things alleviate stresses in our lives, like working, and there's this huge universal base income where everybody's really well off.
And
right?
like what Tracker and Wagyu are saying and Panda, And we have robot maids sucking us off 24/7.
And I want one of those maids too. That's what Panda says.
I think, like Wags is saying about the first interstellar journeys will be by robotic anyway, because
It's the
takes
safest
days.
way. It's
This
the
is
safest.
true.
Yeah.
But
it's
in
the
the
safest way.
meantime, they will be getting AI. You see, this is where we start getting a bit lazy. We'll be getting AI to design and possibly also build propulsion systems. That means it won't take years and years.
We're already lazy from constructing AI. It instantly made us lazy because we wanted to do everything for us.
Well, there's the
We wanted
the
to
ini-
make
the
life
initial-
easier.
well, there's the initial sort of like, ooh, this is nice kind of thing. You know, it's of it doing everything for you, but you will get bored once everything's been done for you.
Right.
What is the point of you?
And that's why I think the world would have to look different. And like, I just think like everything becomes open source. I can now go to Kent's house on a flight, not have to worry about the price, and go explore art in different parts of the city. Because what else would there be to do?
Yeah.
I mean, this is all one theoretical story here. This is a possible future that this planet could encounter. It's
1,000 different scenarios.
It's highly plausible that one day everything is just RAN, everything is just wires, fiber optics everywhere, and maybe there's maybe we figured out nuclear fission or anything to
How to harness it like for better purposes. Yeah.
Natural resources. I mean, I absolutely do believe that's what space travel is going to be. It's going to be renditions of us out there in the stars. And here it's going to be, it would have to look like compliance too, right? That's a scary thing. Like if we're all free to travel and meet and go see the pyramids of Giza, you would have to only imagine there would be some sort of police system that keeps people from going too far off of this so-called new world, you know it. And if it's AI controlled, I kind of remember things like the Minority Report.
Yeah, or like Probst is saying, you'll definitely be finding yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You would definitely spend more time and in tune with yourself because again, you're running out of options of things to do.
Right.
This society looks so much different than we can comprehend because we know nothing of how it works. What's its legal structure?
Tracker Jack says we'll become Borg essentially.
So,
that's true. I think we're already there.
We're getting close to it.
Well, I mean, you know, we look to the future and we see these things where everything's going to be automated, everything's going to be done for you. You know, AI is doing the science, AI is doing the monitoring, AI is doing, you know, all this. And we think, oh, what are we going to do? How are we going to fit in and survive in this environment? But if you got somebody right now, you were able to just go back to 1920 and bring somebody forward and bring them to today, they would be looking around them going, how the fuck do you live like this?
Yes.
Right.
How is this even? And what is that in your hand that you can't stop looking at?
Yeah. What? How come you don't get run over by all these cars everywhere? I mean, good God.
Why is everybody's heads down looking at these black boxes?
Yeah.
That's what Wagyu says. We're already cyborg in a lot of ways. People are integrated with their pocket
phones.
computers deeply.
Yeah, everything's done in increments, and and you know, we try to adapt. Sometimes what adapts out of it is not necessarily what people were expecting, as well. Weird things will come out of it, you know, that we hadn't even thought possible.
We go to the stars. We run out of possibilities and things to do here on Earth. Our last resort is spread to the stars.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Because we want to go off, and this is why we're probably technically not ready, because we're ready to go off into into the stars and discover new worlds and new
with this fucked up way of thinking. Yeah.
And we haven't even cleaned up the
Our own
place where we
shit.
fucking live.
Yeah,
You're
that's
goddamn
mental.
right we're not ready.
That's fucking mental.
That's called, you know what that's called, Kent? That's called fucking cancer.
That is a 4-year-old wanting to go out to play now, and their mum has said, "No, you've got to tidy your room first before you go out and play."
Right.
And having a fucking fit on the landing.
Damn.
And he's like, piss off, Mom. I'm going
Yeah.
outside anyway.
I want to
Fuck
go
yeah.
out. I want to go outside and play in the woods. Fuck the bedroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but how many of, if we're all honest here today, how many of us can just walk away from our devices? Now, I don't mean completely 100% because you do have to use these phones. I mean, our government suckered us into this whole thing. We cannot escape this. But how many of us can walk away?
Everything has benefits. This wouldn't be happening if those devices didn't exist.
Right.
Right? I wouldn't have got to know you guys and all the people in the chat that I seriously consider friends.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And these are the people in my life. Because apart from customers, I don't really get to engage with anybody. I know Robbie through the computer. I know Ty through the computer. I know Hans through the computer. I know practically everybody I know. The people I used to know at school or at work when I was working and all that. I haven't seen them for donkeys yet. I don't see those people anymore. You know?
Right.
So what I consider my group of friends is all because of mobile phones, computers, end of. So, we say, oh no, you got to wean off this technology. The reason I know these people is because of it.
Yep.
The reason I'm not downstairs watching some god-awful Hallmark film that Fiona's watching, which is, it's up her street. Absolutely not up mine. I have this.
Yeah. It could be a good integration. It really could in the right hands and mind.
Like any technology, right? There's a good way of using it and a shit way of using it. And it goes right back to even a rock. You can either use the rock to kill the rabbit, to cook the rabbit, to eat the rabbit, to survive, or you can use the rock on your next door neighbor. It's how the technology is used.
There it is right there. I just call it the good old fashioned human fucking element. You get anything worth of anything in the human hands, it's going to go 50-50.
Yeah, we just got to adapt. We have adapted. We've adapted to a lifestyle that nobody could possibly have imagined when I was 10 years old.
Or shit, when we were 10 in the 80s. If you told me I'd be on a fucking phone, Kent, and you know what I mean? Like, and you're telling me, and you'll be able to play music with each other on this little shiny box, and it'll be fucking almost zero latency.
Yeah.
I'd lose my mind. I'd be like, what kind of Star Trek shit are you talking?
There's a new TV that's out. I forgot where I saw this on YouTube, but essentially you put these glasses on.
Lex Friedman?
I think it was Lex Friedman.
The 3D TV?
Yeah. And you look at this TV, right? And it shows you the individual as if they are right there. So real, in fact, that you actually think
you can reach out and touch them.
Yeah, since Samurai got it, Google Beam.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. So now what? We're just gonna wear glasses. I mean, our phones are gonna be obsolete here. I believe in like 2 years. A lot of people will be signing up for the glasses. A lot of people will have like real-time VR headsets. And these phones are going to be just antiquated. Could you imagine these cell phones, as powerful as they are now, will look like garbage in a couple of years? Literally putting ourselves somewhere
I mean, they'll get faster, they get bigger, all that sort of thing. Whether they change dramatically, probably not change that dramatically. Because it works.
Right, and that's
there's no need for it to change the way it is. It'll just be faster. More RAM, more this, more that, more features involved.
I'm glad you said that, Kent, because I was looking at the history of the cell phone, and look how long it's been around, and it still really hasn't changed. That means you have something that is fucking spot on.
Yeah, and that's it. Once you've got a good design, you run with it.
Yep.
Well, until AI comes up with something, go, look, this is a better design. We go, oh, okay, let's build them. But I can't see it being much better, or for that matter, much different.
Yeah.
Because it seems to work, So until we get into the realms of, like laser things, where you have things implanted in your head and you can call somebody by thinking about them.
Oh, Neuralinks.
And neurally link to them and talk to them that way and shit like that.
That's already crazy.
Yeah.
That's cyborg right there.
But it's not that far off.
It's not. I think once they master the integration and they hone in on its properties and how it really affects and how to dial it down, and they get that thing in tip-top working form, you can download the whole educational curriculum in a matter of fucking seconds.
Yeah.
They'll put some high number you can buy, like, oh, you can get 100 trillion, gazillion, bagazillion gigabytes of fucking storage, and you can just know it all. Yeah. And no one can tell you likewise. But for this small fee.
Oh, and if you stop paying, then you revert back to
your old dumb self.
The old simple platform with the tons of adverts.
Yeah.
And why not? Because they do it with our fucking music subscription.
They do it on our phones.
We pay monthly for our music subscription. And we have a plethora of fucking music. But if you miss that bill, that subscription is gone. And so is all the music you put your money and time and effort into.
Yeah.
So, there'll be even things like degrees of how smart you want to be under a financial monthly currency, which they'll probably make you work for.
Yeah.
If that's even a thing. Maybe people are just going to opt. Maybe they're going to paint it as, here in the U.S., the government always wants to hold your hand to better control you, right? Get on government assistance. Get on government medical. Let us take care of you. We won't give you too much, enough to keep you where you are, but at least you're living. That's the government for the lazy.
Yeah.
But what if they really do that for the entire world and make it, they dress it up as this pig in lipstick.
Robot
right?
mates. Go ahead.
And they just walk you into, it's a beautiful future, ladies and gentlemen. All you have to do is strap this on your arm, let it dig in with some wires,
and let her perform.
You don't want to be left behind. If you have a conversation with someone who doesn't have this, they're going to look at you like an idiot. And then there's this god-awful race of no one wants to be left behind because there's information to be had.
What is that? FOMO. We have it now.
FOMO and as much information. Could you imagine some of us who won't put these things on our wrists? We're going to look at these people and go, what are they doing? They're going to be light years ahead of us. They can go buy a piano and play it instantly, like a professional right out of the box. Pick up a guitar.
Know how to work and build every patch on the fly.
Right?
Instant
and
gratification.
They're a savant at everything. You can see it with the information we have in the information age, where kids now can just type in a few words and they're getting it before they even understand what they're getting in most cases. They're going to sell it to us.
My oldest son literally told me, why do I have to keep going to school when I can just ask AI about the subject and it can teach me?
That's real.
And I had no fucking answer for him. I had no answer for him. I said, well, maybe because they'll give you an authenticated form or paper and put you in their records as you have done the work versus a human's instructions rather than an AI instruction.
Yeah.
Yeah. More likely, what will happen is things will just become two-tier. There'll be the AI stuff, which will be the mainstream, and then there'll be people who don't want to engage on it on that level and prefer it.
Yeah.
Like it was back in the old days, kind of thing. Until they die out, and then it's just then that's the new level, you know. So,
Wagyu said it. Wagyu's like, that's where's he at? That's the same argument as why learn math working methods when I can just use a calculator. I don't need to know the theorems. I don't have to work the fucking solution. I got a calculator that gives me the answer, what I need to get shit done right at the goddamn push of a button.
But too, if you can't afford somebody to mix and master your album, you can always invest in Ozo 10. I got Ozo 10.
And let AI do it for you.
Ozo 10 is a beautiful thing. It listens to your stuff.
It comes close.
It comes close, and you can go in and make minor adjustments. Yeah. I mean, I love AI for things like that. If you're in a situation you can't afford something you desperately want, or you need to finish a project, why not?
Well, here's the thing. If you've, say, a young person comes along, they've never done it, and they've always used an AI, how do they know what they're looking for? How do they know it's done?
They don't even know the steps.
No. And this is why, like Lamar was saying about, with the calculator. Yeah, all right. You come up with, the calculator comes up with the answer. Yeah, okay, cool. And you use that answer to whatever it is that you're supposed to be using it for. Without at least the inkling of how the calculator came to that answer.
You got to know the theorems.
Yeah,
but as time
you
goes on,
could have typed it in wrong. You're just taking the answer, right.
I don't disagree with you, but as time goes on, the human laziness, like you said earlier, that's all it's going to require. It's going to have a problem.
If it becomes fail-safe, it's stupidity proof. Then fine, you could remove that from the equation.
And that's the thing I'm saying is like that's how they're going to integrate shit with us. If you're on a star vessel and you need to know how to approximate or how to enter this planet's atmosphere on the fly, say you're coming in too hot, and you rely on your AI services that's going to calculate and do all that shit for you, and it's going to give you the number that you need to hurry up and put in your coordinates to lock the same flow with the planet.
Yeah.
That's an instance where it's going to, and you could be a captain who has zero fucking math knowledge, but all you need this thing to do is give you the number so you can merge with this planet and land your goddamn craft.
And there lies the problem.
And that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a point where you're going to have to rely on AI to where this is why we're making it, so we don't have to work and think like that anymore.
Yeah, but we need to know the theorems.
But that's not the way we're setting ourselves up.
It has to become foolproof.
Right.
Beforehand. Now, for it to be foolproof, it has to be taught how to be foolproof by people who know how to do the calculations. Now, if nobody's learning how to do the calculations, nobody's learning the formulas,
then AI doesn't know.
If there is a bug in the system, that bug remains.
But once
people will just religiously type in whatever the figure has been handed to it by the AI.
Okay,
and
so
find that they're not merging with the planet anymore and now heading towards the nearest star.
Okay, so with the information we've given AI right now, with all that we know mathematically, even with our philosophy, and let's say we even added a little bit of luck to our scenario and a little bit of hope to the AI scenario, and it weighs all these options now, right? It does. Now that it has this information, wouldn't it already start to do its own calculation without us knowing it knows our method of of math, meaning that AI can now think on its own on how we would think, and it knows our system so well that it can rewrite it not only better, but to a way we don't even understand what it's doing.
Well, then once you get to that point, you're fucked.
And this is what, see, and I'm just thinking here, Kent. I am just thinking of the possible scenarios on how it's going to ultimately have to take over our lives, because it's going to catch on to our methods, right? And what are we designing it to do? Make our methods easier for us. You understand us mathematically. You understand us physically, biologically. We want you to take care of our bodies and healthcare.
Okay, but if we're all being honest, don't we all like that? Don't we all like
it? Brings a certain guarantee to it.
Having like this knowledge on demand. I mean, am I the only one? I mean, yeah, I can recognize how it's making us lazy in some ways, right? But fuck me, isn't a portion of this great?
Like didn't we do the work to get us here so we don't have to be?
I mean, but for those of us who grew up in the age where you had to open a math book and you had to learn principles,
or open a Thomas guide and map out the whole city on where you had to go,
know how to read a map. That's like for us, for our generation,
that was our marvel.
Technology should be looked at as, oh, okay, yeah, we know how we can use this as assistance. But I think 2 more generations down the line is where the issue is going to occur.
Right. Yeah, and I think who said it, Tracker, or was that you, Kent? There'll be this faction point. I think that's when the faction point starts to take hold. Yeah. I think that's when people either say
it's going to be nostalgia, right,
or nay.
It's going to be nostalgia. My great granddad, they used to live without this. They even knew how AI came up with the answers. I mean, this is like ancient lost knowledge.
Right.
Humans knew how to come up with the answer. There was like multiple steps before you got here. It would be nostalgia. It would be, I believe that will never die. There will still be some nerd kid still wanting an analog sub 37.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know, people have different tastes, different views. And...
But
you know, if AI is designed to come to the best conclusion, it might not suit everybody. As you know, because I think, like Probes are saying, you know, there's knowledge on demand, and look how many stupid people there are.
Damn.
I'll put my hand up for this. I left school with grade 2 religious education and failed everything else. Right? And I think it was my nan said to me, because I was a little bit pissed off about it, to say the least. Because if that's all you've got, you know, on offer, job prospects don't look too clever, do they? Unless I'm going to go into the church, you know, it's like, yeah, that's like going to work for Harry Potter. There's more chance of him existing. So. And I said to my nan about it and everything. She goes, the reason is, sweetheart, is you're not stupid. It's just that school didn't suit you.
Ew.
And that's the thing.
And
school, go ahead.
She was right.
Yeah.
Now, and what was weird, when I went and applied for my first, because I only had one ever interview, and I went to it and got the job. And what it was I said that I had RE, and I said, well, you know, and I said, yeah, but what other subjects did you do? What other exams were you doing? I said, I did technical drawing, failed it. And even the teacher said, he goes, that's the hardest O-level technical drawing exam I have seen in 30 years. I went, oh, that's a comfort, thanks. I feel so much better.
Yep.
Right? Something went wrong with the metal. I was doing metal work as well. I fucked something on the lathe, and I was making a bell centre punch, don't ask. And it went wrong, so I failed. and it was just unlucky more than anything else.
But doesn't
But
that
I
seem
got the
like,
job because I'd actually. They go, well, we you know, you took technical drawing and you took metalwork. I went, yeah. It goes, well, it's better than the other candidates we've had. You got the job.
but
you know?
doesn't it feel like some parts of school are failing? The whole teaching thing is failing people's strengths. Like instead of saying, well,
School wasn't cut out. You weren't cut out for school.
that
Well-
maybe school didn't focus on your strengths. Like not everybody learns the same way. Like we know this, right?
Oh, agreed. I mean,
But maybe we just missed something there. Like maybe education should be on a wider spectrum than just what they fucking force feed you is what I'm saying.
I think what it was, I would say, looking back on it now, I've come to the conclusion that I was a shit at school. I was a little shit. I was always mucking about and blah 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 blah. I'd be the kid, pulling the joke up and all that sort of thing. And the teachers went, let's not waste our time on him. He's not here to learn. Let's
Right.
not bother. And I can understand them going, let's concentrate on the kids that do want to learn. And I get that. What was interesting was after I left school, my, should we say, my thirst to learn things went through the fucking roof. And the next thing I know, I'm reading. I didn't really read books before. All the time I was at school, didn't read books. Because I had friends at school who go, "Oh yeah, I'm loving the. Have you read Rama or Rendezvous with Rama rather, and stuff like that?" And I went, "No." Oh, it's great. There's this huge probe comes into our solar system, and they go to, check it out and everything like that. I mean, no, that means reading, mate. But after I left school, I was reading books every night. I couldn't get the bloody things down me fast enough. And I was learning stuff. And I found that I really enjoyed it. And it was really weird that I had to leave school before I could start learning things.
But see, that's
No.
and that's the learning curve I'm talking about. People learn differently and at different times in their lives, right?
Well, no, I think it was because I was allowed to learn anything that I wanted to when I wanted to.
Exactly.
It was fine,
Right.
and I'm off. Sometimes between 10 and half 11, I didn't fancy doing math.
Right.
What I'd rather be doing is down the river on a fucking rope swing.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah, I can do that all day, no problem. And then when I come home, give me a book.
That's where the education
I
system
just didn't fit in. I didn't. fit
right.
in
But
with
that's
it.
what I'm saying. But that's where the education system fucks us because we make it so small. We make it this streamlined thing that you must know these basics and that's it.
Yeah.
They don't play to people's individual strong suits.
But this is the thing that's really, really fucking mad about it all. I can remember this clear as day because this is my dad for you. He got me to learn every capital city of every country on the planet at the age of 6. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And he'd have me reciting these. And he'd call out a country and I'd have to give him the name of the capital city. Half of the countries don't even fucking exist today. Right? But I used to know them all, right? And he'd have me studying maps. He bought me a encyclopedia, Reader's Digest encyclopedia, a dictionary and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to learn loads of stuff at home. My dad was so keen that I should learn. He'd give me writing lessons. And this is when I've come home from school. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And I know what he was trying to do. He wanted me to, excel. But I think he'd set the sights a little too high for a 6-year-old. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, he had me playing chess, right? I was playing chess when I was 4, right? By the time I was 6, I knew he used to know all these tactical moves and stuff like that, and which was no good. I couldn't play it with my friends because I'm going. Are you going to, you're going to move your knight? Is that the horsey? Yeah, move the horsey. It's sort of like. So I don't blame him, but I kind of don't thank him for it at the same time, if you know what I mean.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
It was too much, it was too advanced, and it was too fucking early.
Yeah. And Wagyu said he's learned more of the shit he's wanted to acquire from the internet.
Yeah.
Right? This is
Oh,
well
when the
after
internet
fucking
happened,
school.
fucking
Yeah,
hell.
man. Like
Bring it on, bitch.
Yeah.
How much
Yeah.
does this thing know?
Mm-hmm.
And when you give the internet access to everything, because that's what we do, we back everything up and then we feed it into the machine.
Now, I know I shouldn't say this, but it's because I know I shouldn't say it. It's because it
needs to be said.
It needs to be said.
Mm-hmm.
The worst thing they ever did to the internet was make it easy for stupid fucking people to use. Because once they'd done that, suddenly the internet is full of so much bollocks. It's unbelievable.
Oh my God, yeah.
Well, you cannot not have the human equation in the internet. You know this.
Some of the dumb fucks that are out there is unreal.
Well, even the smart fucks will fuck some shit up. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, nobody's immune, but fucking hell, there's some stupid. I saw. I thought actually it was a made up one, and it wasn't. It turned out that it wasn't made up. There was this American woman having a go at this guy, saying, "Oh, what you're saying about Trump is terrible and everything like that. He's your president too." And the guy goes, "I live in France." He goes, "Yes, he's still your president."
What?
No, he fucking isn't. He's not president of the world. It's not the same as your baseball, your World Series, where there's only one country partakes.
Yeah. You do have some dumb people out there.
Oh, it was off the scale. And you go, and you think, no, they're joking, aren't they? They can't.
That's scary.
They can't be
man.
that thick.
That's fucking
And they
scary.
have access to this technology, and you go, it's like giving a machine gun to a 2-year-old and go, here, go out and play with that. It should be fun. What could go wrong?
Rabbit said France will become the 52nd state.
Shit.
Yeah.
That's scary.
What are you going to do with all that cheese, bitch?
So that kind of adds to, I think that's why the ship is sinking. How many people out there really trust in what they see on TV? No ifs, no ands, no buts. All they know is that. And that's all they want to know.
I honestly believe
that's
it
scary.
Doesn't matter anymore. It's got to the point where it doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't.
Right? There's no point in believing or disbelieving in anything that you see on the news.
I believe that.
The news credibility
is shot.
has been
I'm with you, Ken.
attacked from so many angles over time.
Yep.
And things that looked true were not true.
We're not.
Right.
Yep.
Things that looked not true turned out to be true. Depends on which station you're watching and everything. So it's like, it's just sort of like a news bingo game.
Mm-hmm.
The most accurate news you'll get is the conversations we have right here. If I ask Kent, I just saw the telly. It's telling me this. What's really happening in England right now? And you tell me, mate, the sky is clear. Fucking people are out on the walk.
Yeah.
But on my end, it's UFOs over there, and they're probing people.
Could you imagine how that's probably how it is in Russia and China, where they dictate the propaganda.
Right.
They pump what they want you to see on TV,
And you have no outside source.
we would be fools not to think it's happening in our own countries.
Oh, mate, what's happening in America from us outside looking in?
Mm-hmm.
What is going on in America at the moment is mind-boggling. That
We see it
Wow.
too. Go on. I mean, we see a lot of shit too.
yeah, but you watch it and you go, and people, news anchors, people who are in a position of, it's an important position that they hold, and they are playing to an agenda, and they're just giving you this lies.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even sort of like, you can tell a news story in such a way that it leans a certain way. There's no leaning going on.
Yeah, the propaganda that they push, you can't stop that. But
Pure.
I will say this: the people that we've bumped into, everybody is starting to be wise.
Yeah. I mean, if you ask me, Kent, straight up, or both of us, Lamar, Lamont, what's life been like for the past 15 years? I can honestly tell you nothing's changed, Kent.
No, nothing's really changed. The same kind of...
More divide.
Well...
I don't see it, though, but that's the thing. Kent, when I say nothing's changed in my life, I've changed jobs. I've changed the area in which I reside. I've changed the color of my phone, but nothing's changed. My human interactions are 99.9% positive. No one out here really speaks about politics.
And everyone
where we
says,
are in Indiana right now.
Yeah, and everyone tells us, like today, don't watch the news.
Don't watch the news. And everyone's like, oh, I'm not really doing the religion. Everyone we speak to, 99.9% of the people, and my brother and I have big mouths and we're all over the place.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed for me in 15 years. I keep running into like-minded people. So I keep questioning myself. Who are these people they speak of on TV? Because I still haven't seen them. Now, granted, there's still some knuckleheads out there. I get it. Still murderers, druggies, whatever.
Yeah.
People with nefarious fucking wishes. But they must be very, very minimum. I would think I would have seen it a long time ago, over and over and over again.
Especially in Indiana, Waterloo, home of the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
If our black ass is sitting right here, and I have yet but get hello and high fives walking down the street, who the fuck?
I know.
Where is it? You're putting it on the propaganda machine. Where is it? I don't see it. I'm living it. I don't see it.
I think this is the problem, though. This is the problem. It's and from what I've read, exactly the same thing happened in Germany. That when the whole Nazi thing was kicking off, it wasn't affecting people's lives directly. And it was something they heard about on the radio, and it was like, oh, yeah, whatever, And then suddenly, it was on their back doorstep, and it was knocking on their door. All of a sudden. From out of nowhere, there were German people who were genuinely shocked out of their fucking socks. We're invading Poland? Why?
Damn. They never tell you that side of the story.
No, until it happens, and then you hear nothing but. And we annexed this and annexed that. A lot of the German people didn't know about the concentration camps.
See, I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Right?
You mean they weren't all in on it? Like,
it didn't matter what country they were invading. They were rounding up the Jews. They're shipping them back on trains to the concentration camps and systematically gassing them, shooting them, generally killing them. Over 1 million people killed. Half of Germany didn't know it was going on. Seriously, they didn't know.
Definition of genocide.
Yeah. But the parallels between what went on in Germany and what is going on in the US at the moment, it's not the same. It's sort of like, how would you put it? Sort of like a 4-year-old's acting version of what went on in Germany. You had I never thought I'd see it, but the President of the United States expecting this military parade in Washington. And he wanted it to be like the ones they have in China and North Korea.
To boast.
What filled me with not so much hope, it's what I kind of knew, is that it was very, very poorly turned out. And there was only a few people there attending it. And the way the army deliberately walked out of step, and instead of, saluting him as they pass him, are waving to the people. That kind of thing, right? So everything that was set up to be, which was supposed to be, they go, oh no, it's his, it's 250 years of the U.S. Army, blah blah. Yeah, no bollocks. That's okay. We know it was, and that's what the parade was supposed to be about. But that's not what that parade was. That was for him to be able to feel big balls.
Or
and
play,
nothing else.
or play to certain people's agenda.
Exactly, and look like the great
I can see
dictator
that.
that's going to lead them to the land of
To
glory,
the promise,
like
yeah.
it happened in Russia, like it happened with Hitler in Germany, like it happened with Kim Jong Un. Is it Un in North? Was it Un or was it his dad? Or was it Kim Jong Il?
Kim Jong.
Well,
Is there
because
any
it's three
difference?
generations
Is there
now,
any
isn't it?
difference?
But anyway,
Yeah.
and he wanted one of them, and he didn't get it.
I'm gonna tell you right
And
now.
then watch the No Kings protest, 2,000 odd different locations, full of people, full of them, dancing and walking along with their banners and stuff like that. And
I didn't even follow that shit.
You could tell who were the Trump supporters, like that sheriff in Florida. Saying about, get processed, we will kill you, shoot you on sight and all that sort of business. Go, all right, well, we know what his agenda is. Good luck at your next election, you fucking fascist cunt. Right? And all the rest of it. And, and the people that you should be watching out for are popping up and letting themselves known who they are. And it was really good to, King Jong II, yeah, that's right. It was really encouraging to see that all these other people, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of them coming out and protesting against everything that this orange wanker is standing for, was deliciously encouraging. But I kind of knew it because, I have heard people say to me, they go, oh, things going on in America. But yeah, it's always been a bit like that. They had the Civil War and everything, and they hate the blacks and blah, 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 and all this, and it's full of racists and blah, blah, blah. And you go, dude, I know a lot of Americans. And I haven't been able to find a bad one in the entire bunch.
And who's pushing that stigma? Is that something that...
Well, the news isn't fucking helping. Let's put it that way. And I'm not talking about our news. I'm talking about your news are pushing it that way and making it look that way. Because when Republicans are making these statements that are because we're outside of the US, we're going, no. We know what bullshit is, mate. Because we're outside of your influence. We can see what the shit is. But there's a lot of people within the US that are going, is that true? Is that what's happening? Are the Puerto Ricans killing us all? And all this sort of thing, And, the Mexicans, blah, 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 blah. And then you see these videos on YouTube. Like, there was yet another one of this guy. He voted for Trump and everything like that. And he said that ICE turned up at his company and pulled all these Mexicans who were legally in the US, who were paying tax. They registered in the US. They just grabbed them, loaded them into a van, and taken them fucking God knows where.
Yeah.
Right?
Double standards.
Yeah, but this guy's bitching, and he's going, he's not a friend of Trump anymore. Not because they took the guys, but because he's going to be out of pocket. I go, well, mate, I don't think they've developed a machine that would be able to measure how much of a fuck I don't give about you. You know, fuck you.
Mm.
It was all right until it affected you. Yeah. Just lock them up. Yeah, yeah. I'll go along with this 2025. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I read the agenda. You know, because these Trump supporters or ex-Trump supporters now going, I had no idea this was happening. Really?
Now, let me ask
You
you
didn't
this.
read the pamphlet that they handed out to fucking everybody was fucking interested in taking one?
Let me ask you this: Is there Trump supporters in the UK?
Well, if there is, I haven't found one.
Has anyone come across a Trump supporter in the UK or in Europe? I'm just curious to see how far wide this.
Well, I would imagine there are some, and I tell you, I know, but
I'm
they
just
would
curious
be
on
the
how
sort of
other
people that
countries.
we'd already consider these people to be cunts anyway,
Right.
Racist and all that, just very right wing.
Yeah, but I'm curious to see how many people across the world actually partake in our politics. Like they live in this other country and they're deeply invested.
Well, the thing is, America has made a profession, if you like, of interfering with every other fucking country on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the big bollocks elephant going around going, yeah, we're the greatest country in the world. They keep saying that the US is the greatest country in the world.
We're the 27th.
Nobody said, why is it?
On a scale of 100, I think we're the 27th.
Yeah, something like that. Something way low. I think it's even lower now.
It's probably even lower.
Yeah, but no, there's never been an American politician has ever said what it is that makes America the greatest country in the world. They just say it is. Saying it is doesn't mean it is.
Right.
Right? And, they said, America's been the first in this, the first in that. And I remember, there's one guy, where was it now? I'm trying to remember where it was. Oh, it was some other podcast. And the guy says, America was the first to do this, first into space. And I went, well, that's bullshit. It was the Russians. And he goes, first men on the moon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, using Russian
If we
rockets.
got there.
Using Russian rockets and German scientists that they kidnapped in the Second World War.
I don't know. I'm kind of checked out on that. I'm kind of half in and half not. If we even got there.
Oh, we went. No, they went to the moon. They went to the moon. Do you know how much money, how many people died, and how much effort went into doing it? Mm-hmm. They got lucky. They could have gone wrong every fucking inch of the way. They could have gone wrong, but they got lucky. And they come back with the data they needed to go again and several other times.
I don't know. There's just a lot of whistleblowers, supposedly.
No.
I've been watching these. I went down this rabbit hole. I got to be honest. I went down a rabbit hole, and there's a lot of people who say we didn't do it.
I can go to the Natural History Museum and look right up close at a fucking rock from the moon.
Well, how do you know, Kent?
Oh, if you saw a photograph of it, you go, good luck finding a rock that looks like that here. Right?
How do you know some artist didn't just get a rock and just design it?
What if Hollywood just did a stage mock-up? So many things weren't aired.
How can you prove this, Kent?
No, I understand where you're coming from. Mm-hmm. Proving it is very difficult for me because I wasn't involved in it.
There you go. So it leaves it open for interpretation, Kent.
However, every person that says, and I mean this literally, every single person that's ever said, we didn't go to the moon, it was all staged. Just look at them as a person and look at the other things they believe in.
Mm-hmm. But they could say the same about you.
Well, they could.
In their perspective.
Rabbit said, how do you disprove it?
And that's my thing. How do you disprove it?
But why do we need to?
You can only go on an assumption that they were telling you the truth.
Why do we need to prove it? Why do we need to prove it or disprove it?
You know why? It's because everything has gone to shit to where now the government has lied to us for so long. Now we don't even know our assholes from our elbows. That's why.
Yep.
Yeah. Roy Droid has family that was involved in it happening.
Right, but then how does he know?
because his family was involved in it.
And that's fine, but he wasn't involved in it. And his family, you know, how do they know? They weren't shut out. You see what I'm saying? This can go.
It's true. It's true, but
to the extreme. I'm not saying it just to cause beef.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm saying it like this is where things go.
It has
when
no
you deny.
purpose. It has no purpose in proving that it didn't happen. It has no purpose in proving it did.
Well, when it's founded on some history, and we've painted this thing as one of mankind's greatest achievements.
There is one thing though.
It's important to a whole to the world civilization if you went or if you didn't go, because that's like a big it's a big thing. That's a big pinnacle for us.
Excuse me. There is one thing. We I can't remember which Apollo mission it was, but one of them placed I think it was telereceivers on the moon. And you can actually get data being relayed back to you.
Okay.
Well, they didn't throw it there, did they?
Oh, yeah. I'm more apt to believe that we had a satellite go to the moon because it can withstand radiation. I'm more apt to believe we can have something drop something off there and we can land it there. But you know, like my brother says, when you put things into perspective, it's always going to come back to how do we really know and how can we verify that? And even Wabbit says, what did he say? He says, so we pick a side based on what either side says that sounds good to us.
That's my whole point exactly, Rabbit.
What sounds best to the masses?
What sounds best?
Or we didn't go.
And then why do you have all of these officials and people supposedly they were there and they're saying, here's the evidence. We didn't go. We mocked this whole thing up. We knew the Russians were going to beat us and we had to do this. I mean,
could you put it past the country to do that? Is there room for a hoax? And you and has anyone ever really contemplated? I'm not either way.
I can't see.
I'm not either way. I really like. I care about it. But I really
can't
don't.
see any country investing that much money and time into something that they didn't do.
Oh, for an arms race and for having superiority over the sky and in the moon, I can see any country wanting that kind of dominance.
If America had gone to the moon, right? Let's say they hadn't, right? So they pretended they'd gone to the moon.
Okay.
What advancement has that given them? What?
Funding. You got morale from
For what?
For power, Kent. Funding, money.
Okay.
But it's the government. They've already got all the fucking money.
And they want more of it. Can't you know this?
So they just take it. They don't have to pretend they've gone to the moon to get it.
Deception is everything when it comes to
all you got to do
governments.
is get the fucking fat orange to go, oh, we're going to put 145% tariffs on something on one of those countries. Because you're the ones that fucking pay it.
Smoke and mirrors and deception is everything.
Well, for the U.S. standard, it's either tariffs or higher taxes, and people voted for tariffs. But here's
it's such a
space race
duality
was so
of you have a country that goes around claiming it's the greatest in the world, and yet it's the most fucking paranoid one going.
Well, the space race was a thing back then, though, Kent, and to have the bragging rights,
the space race
and
was a thing,
and to have the first to say that we did this back then
was everything.
Everything.
But the early Atlas tests were done with Soyuz rockets. The Russians gave you the rockets to do it. Right? Yes, the space race is to get the people behind the project. I can understand that. Again, it's still propaganda and it's still probably bollocks.
Right.
Well, if Russians are lending equipment to the US, then yeah, space race is bollocks.
So,
but it still doesn't mean they didn't go to the moon.
Chrome, do you remember when the U.S. Deceived the Germans? Maybe you can find this, or Roy, maybe you can find this, where they put out a bunch of blow up
fake tanks,
fake tanks
or artillery,
and they put them on the shores. I'm not sure what shoreline they put them on.
Yeah.
And the Germans thought they were all there, and we were populating
plywood
there.
tanks. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it worked. The props, they were just props, and it worked. That was live. That was people actually looking at it and going, "Holy shit, they're here." When people went to the moon, and I don't know if we did or we didn't. I'm just going to be in the neutral point here. But I'm just presenting this so we can look at all facets here.
right?
Hollywood was at its, turning point. I mean, it was getting Holly weird, and they didn't air so many things that should have been aired about that whole moon thing, right? And the evidence presented, and I'll have to find this documentary. It's a fairly new documentary with all these professors and film guys who studied the film and was pointing out this is fake and this is this,
shadows and all
and
that.
shadows weren't right. And okay, if people have gone that far, and these are well-credentialed fucking people who really worked for NASA, they were there, why would they turn around and say we didn't go, we were losing the race to space, we had to come up with something very fast, and when we did, it changed the tide. Everyone believed it.
And
I think there's something to deception, and even if you don't acquire the bag of gems, they think you stole the bag of gems. You're presenting the bag, but yet you didn't acquire. But the knowledge and the power you have, if you make them think you did, it's plausible.
Right. And
like I said, I don't know from heads or tails, because this is how maddening the world is right now.
No, I really can't see it. See, the advantage of saying that you've gone to the moon, right, as being an actual advantage, proper advantage, has no value to the rest of the planet. It has no value whatsoever. So going to the moon and pretending to have gone to the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't get anything from that.
but
Apart
it
from
would
going
be-
around saying we went to the moon and you
But
didn't.
it would be a matter of perception to those pulling the scheme, if that's the case. And if you had the math, right? You agree they went to the moon, so they had the math, they had the technology, they had 1/1,000,000th of the technology that's in our cell phone to get to the moon. But yet, I find it interesting, and I'm just entertaining it, that we have over 100,000 times the technology that we had then, and yet no one set foot on the moon, or it's still hard for us to figure out how to get back on the moon.
No,
and-
it's
and-
not that. It's not that. Look, one of the main reasons we haven't gone back to the moon, right, is there's nothing up there of any fucking value to us.
But yet we're trying to go back. We got Artemis program that's being
Oh,
funded
yes.
because
But
it wants to get people back to the moon.
Yeah, but we haven't been dying to get back to it, because if there was anything that they are trying to achieve, there's an asteroid about the size of Texas that comes into our solar system every 200 odd years, right?
Apophis.
They'd like to grab her. They would like to grab her because it's literally a completely solid gold fucking asteroid the size of Texas. Now that's worth going for, because to them it's money.
Okay.
What they obviously don't realise is it also would devalue gold exponentially if they didn't have control of it.
Oh shit.
But they'll do it for that. But at the moment, as far as they're concerned, the moon is a big dusty rock, right? Mars holds possibles for us in terms of terraforming, although good luck. The rest of them are gas giants.
I
No
think
fucking good to us.
I think the
Venus is so fucking hot.
Yeah, but the moon is going to serve a bigger purpose. I think the moon is so much more. They got their eyes on that bad boy
well,
because
for
it's
one
so
thing, it can be a
important.
staging area.
That's what I'm
Right,
saying.
yeah.
They're going to use that to get
the
to
amount of
places.
fuel that's needed to take off from the moon
Exactly.
to the next planet
Exactly.
is nothing compared to trying to break
So,
away from the Earth's
so
gravitational
the
pull.
moon is really relevant right now.
It is, but only since further planetary exploration has become more possible, apart from sending probes the size of a fridge, right? So the moon will make an excellent staging area, which means that literally a moon base would be built. And then
That makes total sense right there.
Yeah,
It makes
but that's-
total sense.
In the meantime, there was no fucking point in going back to the moon. So they didn't. Because all it would be is like, ooh, look at us, And the reason is they did go to the fucking moon and they don't have to prove it now. Right?
Yeah,
That's
I'm not,
why there's a big gap of them. Because one of the arguments has always been, oh, yeah, well, we haven't been back to the moon since, because now we've got lots of TV coverage. They wouldn't be able to carry the scam off. No, it's because they had done it and have done it 3 or 4 times successfully. Thank you very much. But until we have the technology to go to the next planet, we don't need to have that staging area. We don't need to build it yet, so we won't bother. It's expensive to go to the moon.
Why do you think former NASA employees want to
Mike's
do
just said
that?
it, look.
Why do you think they want to muddy the waters like that? What's the
Because
agenda
people love
behind that?
doing that. People love doing that. This is why we have people go, oh, the Earth is flat. We know the Earth is round. It's always been fucking round. There's so much.
It's not round, Kent. The sun doesn't set. It doesn't rise. That's what they'll say. That's what they'll say.
I'll come over there and I'll give you such a fucking slap in a minute.
Okay.
Right? And these people are going, oh, no, it's flat. Yeah. Okay, so I can be here at 11 o'clock at night and it's pitch dark, and you're there and it's still lovely and sunny, because that can happen on a flat piece of land, can't it? Right? Or you go to the North Pole and it's, daylight for 6 months of the year solid. Because that would happen on a flat piece of ground.
Yeah.
Yeah? Right? And all the rest of it. And, how come the people who live in Australia can take off and go either left or right to get to London? How does that happen on a flat piece of ground? It's all straightforward, obvious stuff. And yet these fucking morons continue to go, oh, no, the Earth is flat, right? Well, it's the same. These are the same type of wankers that go, oh, we never went to the moon.
But
Right?
Kent, how do you know? You've never been in a rocket.
You stop going there, bitch.
But I'm just
Mate,
playing what they.
Lamont,
okay,
I'm
Kent,
going to give you such a fucking slap in a minute.
Don't
It
take
doesn't matter what I say.
don't
You go,
take it
yes, but
personal,
how
Kent.
do you know?
But this is
fuck
the,
you.
This is the case in point from these people. This is the case in point.
Yeah. Go on.
Okay,
Yeah.
Kent. How do you know? You've never been in a rocket.
How do you know?
How do you know?
How do I know? Okay. How do I know? Because.
Were you there?
What do you trust that I don't?
How do you know I haven't?
Okay. See,
Actually, okay. There you go.
now you're going to throw monkey shit. Okay.
Yeah.
You're throwing monkey shit into the program because you're
I
running
just
from.
slapped you right across the fucking face,
You're
boy.
running from an answer,
Yeah.
or you're running from a question
Right.
that you know you can't answer.
But that's the infinity of it all, right? And that's what
Yeah,
we're
I
going
agree.
to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's what we're going to encounter for the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
My brother and I tell you we're twins, but you got that twat out there that says, "How do you know?"
Who told you this?
And I'm telling him,
Because
just
I
look at
remember
the-
when I
just-
was in my
just-
mother's womb, I turned
just-
to my brother and said, are we twins?
Yeah, exactly. And just look at him. He looks just like me.
Right.
The
Yeah.
proof
You go
is
over
there.
What
and
the
you'll
fuck
still,
are you doing in here as well?
Exactly. And you'll still get them to say,
Okay.
But how do you know?
Okay, Kent. And you might think this is a lie.
Go on.
My brother and I, more times than not, we will go out. Someone will ask us, Are you twins? I will say, I just met him today and we were tripping out on the same thing. Then they will reply, you're going to laugh at this.
Go on.
Yeah, I didn't think you really looked alike, but yeah, that's a crazy scenario.
And that's the world we live in.
And that's the world we live in.
Yeah.
They much rather believe our story than their lying eyes.
The point behind all this is what I'm trying to make is
Take 100 people. This is an experiment. They tried this out. They had 100 people in a field. They didn't know why they were in the field. But there was this guy come out and he stood on a chair. And they go, right. And the guy stood there and he went like this. There was cameras on all the people, right? And he went, fuck me, an elephant. And over 75% of the people in that crowd looked up.
that's wild.
They were in a fucking field. And 75% of the people looked up where he was pointing. Tells you everything you need to know.
And people think we're trolling. Part of us, yeah, we're trolling. But another part, we're trying to make a point here.
Yep.
I think Kent gets the overall point. That's what this world is now, and it's what it will always be.
You'll have the sayers and the naysayers.
I
And
would
there's
not.
nothing.
I will not
you
hold
can
my
do
breath
about it.
on trying to explain anything to anybody. I would
Yeah.
keep your knowledge to your fucking self. If you think you got knowledge to share, keep that shit to yourself.
Because somebody's not going to believe a goddamn thing you say.
Because everything will be
Bang the world open, mate.
right. I disbelieve it.
Yep.
Nope, that's not it. How do you fucking know?
And show me.
Show me.
Prove it.
Prove it right here, right in front of my very fucking eyes. You can't present an ounce of evidence on the ground you stand on. Get the fuck out of my face.
And that's where the old power of belief and the power of a person's individual ideals come in, where they just got to let that go. Keep your faith with whatever you call that, and you're just gonna have to let that.
And the problem is, people can't let it go. People are hell bent on fucking just giving you their idea.
Oh, people have a lot of people. Well, I think actually we all want to be right.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's a true statement.
At the same time, though, we as a species really don't like living on our own. So we're very communal, and these instincts stay with you. So if somebody says, oh, look, an elephant. Yeah, 75% of the people will look up where he's pointing to see if where this elephant in the sky is.
Because it sounds unbelievable.
There's a built-in trust, the community that's built into us.
Yeah.
That social part of us.
George Jesus, right? You cannot teach common sense. You have people that have knowledge, and you have a different spectrum of people that have common sense, and then you have people that don't have any common sense. It's like you. There's no you either have it or you don't.
Yeah, Wagyu says it's tiring to constantly have the burden of having to inform deluded people.
Yeah.
But Wagyu, here's another troll. How do you know they're deluded and you're not?
Ooh.
You see what I'm saying?
Perspective.
That right there.
Yeah.
Well,
There's always a window that will continuously open. Even if you tell a motherfucker him and I aren't twins, I just met him today.
Fucking Roy got me dying.
And they seriously look at you and go, oh, that's what we're up against.
Now, Chris has just mentioned something that crossed my mind as well a couple of times now, that when AI videos get really, really good, you can make anything
there you
believable.
go. There you
and
go.
the amount of misinformation and bullshit
How do you know?
It
that
increases.
will spring out of
Oh
everything.
my God.
How do you know?
I don't want to think about it.
No, it
And then you'll really be saying that shit.
I don't wanna think about it.
And now what does Kent say? Well, how do I know that's not AI?
Okay, if you're in Discord and you see what Steve Elbows is doing on the AI section, that shit is scary. There was a commercial ran on YouTube about a gamer, right? It's a gamer and he's reacting to a Fortnite game. I swear to you, 100%. I'm like, oh, this dude is reacting and it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was real until the guy said, that's not a real gamer.
Yeah.
What you're looking at is a AI rendition. I said, no fucking way. And then he starts to point out the imperfections, like the things like his ear was slightly off. And he was like, this is AI. And I was like, oh my God, but it looked like a guy. I was dumbfounded when I seen
Let
this.
me ask you guys this. If some government wanted to make their president disappear and they had the power of AI, they had Trump in some hotel doing mass amounts of cocaine off some black bitch's booty, going to town, okay? Spending dollars and acting just fucking redunculous. And they plaster that on every news feed, every social media channel.
Yeah.
Are you going to sit there and tell me you're not going to believe it, giving his judge a character?
Well, here's the thing. I would want to believe it.
Right. And they're
whether
playing
it was
into
true
that.
or not, I'd want to believe it.
And that's the hate that they're playing into.
And that's me being as honest as I can about it.
Right. And nobody's holding you guilty to that. But that's the hate that they prey on. And that's the type of shit that can happen called the great setup. And then how will we ever know?
60% of social media are bot. That's an actual study.
Who says this?
Elon Musk said that.
Oh my God.
And they're finding 60%
Was this mid-trip or afterwards?
of social media conversations are bots. So he then posed a question, how many people that are real are online is what he wanted to know. Now, I don't know if this is like a study they did somewhere off in Elon Musk land, but if this is true, I mean, you could find the interview where he said it. That's fucking ridiculous. So is there a good chance right now in our comment section
that there's a bot in here?
There's a bot and we can't even fucking tell if it's not.
What, pretending to be one of us?
Right.
It's possible because the way people have a certain way of communicating. You know, the AA would probably at some point say something that it would seem slightly out of character.
How would you know?
Well, when the AI does it.
But what if that's the thing? I can go to a website right now in Best Buy and chat with the automated AI before I get to customer service, and I would never know that it was AI that I was texting. But they have it. It says, "Oh, speak to or text our AI rep."
Yeah,
and it has this bunch of generic questions that it could be thrown at, and it has an answer.
Yeah, mind you, I'm with probes on this. 90% of Musk is bollocks, and not the sexy type. That is.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what the fuck is coming out of his mouth? He does seem a little bit bipolar at most times.
Mate, he does. I think he
struck their own one right now.
I think he does more coke than a fucking McDonald's.
I mean, Neuralinks suggests that he's doing something.
Yeah, he's already admitted to taking ketamine.
But look at him when he was in the Oval Office. He's standing next to Trump. He's fucking all He's fucking gone.
Gone.
I'm gonna be. If I'm honest, if I got that much money, fuck everybody. I'm gonna do drugs too. Fuck it. There ain't much else I need from anybody.
Yeah. Once you've done everything and you got enough money to do everything, what's left? Like you don't want to be bored.
You just do whatever the hell you want to do at that point.
Do drugs, traffic people, and
walk around in a huge fucking diaper, shit and piss yourself, and fuck off.
It's like when Twitter first started. started, you look at Twitter on the first few weeks that it fired up, and compare it to now, or what? Yeah, X or whatever it's fucking called now, you know, and it's like, holy shit. This is what happens when you know, get a giant syringe and pull everything nice out of something. The vile slime that is left is just unbelievable.
And people love it.
Yeah, I always wondered about the billionaires. Like, instead of chasing AI, why don't you do this first? Since you're spending $500 billion here in the States, why don't you take that money and cure poverty?
Shit, cure cancer.
Why don't you help people find legitimate work and homes, and let's cure the issue at hand first.
You're talking about a utopia. No government wants a utopia.
It's not profitable.
That sucks. Why can't we just cure our people first? Cure ourselves.
Because it's not profitable.
It's the
With
same
$500 billion, we
Mate,
could do that.
It's
Yeah,
the
but it's
same
not
here as it is
profitable.
there, and in most of the countries that most of us live in, right? You vote for the person running for the office that you think is most suitable.
And
However,
you watch for zero change.
if somebody is running for office, that literally makes them unsuitable for office. Literally.
Yeah.
If somebody's desperate to be voted in, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
As opposed to somebody who is offered it by the mass. Not somebody who's desperate to have it, because they're desperate to have it for a reason, and it ain't fucking going to be any good for you.
Right. God damn, you can't.
But that's why I've always said you need more than one person to appease the masses. You have to have people that are non-biased who are literally there for the people.
Rabbit said we should just run for president. Problem solved.
Problem solved.
No,
500.
You should get a president. Pick somebody, right? Not if they're running, that disqualifies them. If they want to be president, that disqualifies them. You just go and pick somebody and go, this guy's decent.
Right.
You know, I got
To
my
our
car repaired
standards,
for him. Yeah.
decent to our. Yeah.
And it's no good saying, oh, but they haven't got experience at running the country. You look at half of the staff that Trump has brought in, who are so unqualified for the position that they've been given. You know, it's like giving a 4-year-old a blowtorch. You go, there you go. Yeah, you'll figure it out as you go along.
See if this makes sense to you, Kent. Let's just say me, you, my brother, we have kids and we live somewhere in South America, okay?
Right.
And our government is so bad and its forces are so evil. It's going around every community when it wants, and it kills our children. It kills our infrastructure.
Yeah.
And they're doing it in our faces, and we're just like, we're so fed up and we're so frightened and we're so scared. And we know just north of us is a country where life isn't that way.
Yeah.
And we pack our shit and we get in there and we get in there. Yeah, it's illegal. We know we're illegal. We know that.
Yeah.
But for crying out loud, let me just stay right here
Because that's
until I can get legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's
So
the
I don't
here's
have
an
to go
interesting
back
point.
to the monsters that are
Yeah.
trying to take my life, my kid's life, and everything I got. I promise I'll do whatever it fucking
Right.
takes to make you happy.
And this is where the double standards come in, right? Yes, they're there illegally, right? In terms of paperwork and stuff like that. Okay. Right, we get that. Did the American government care about that? No, they did not.
Does
Did
any
the-
government?
Did the
other
people in
countries
Texas
around the
care about it? No, they did not.
No,
the people
but
in Southern
other-
California, no.
other
Do you know
countries
why?
around the world
Because
can't
they were
have
doing
stricter-
work. They were
can't.
doing the work that
Every
Americans didn't want to do. and
every
they were getting
other
paid
country
$3
around the
an hour to
world-
do it. All
every
the time
other
that was going on, they were fine.
Every country around the world has stricter border policies than America. Every country. Ours are so laxed here. Every country has way more strict. You can't even be there 30 days and they're kicking your ass out.
But one of the problems that you have that we don't, and even then, our border policies were not that strict. People were coming in on boats, and they were coming in, and they were being put up in temporary hostels and stuff, and whatever. Okay, but you've got land, right, and people can just cross that land.
Mm-hmm.
So, at some point, it would have made sense if you have a problem like this, where you have people coming into the country illegally, right? Why not make it easier to come in legally?
Yeah. Crazy Rabbit said Christopher Columbus didn't have a visa when he came here.
No, he fucking did not.
And here's the thing. Here's the reason why I say it. Forget about borders and laws, right? Did everyone just miss the fucking message? Imagine yourself where you're watching your own blood die from a government in which you're the people of. And you're just desperately trying to get somewhere safe so you can, preserve your own life and your children's life.
Mm-hmm.
You know where that is. What is wrong with saying, hey, I know I'm here illegally. I promise you, I will do whatever it is you need me to do.
Yeah.
But just, could you please harbor us? I'm putting myself in that person's shoes. I would fucking do the same thing. Now, here's what comes with that. The very criminals in that country are coming with them. And I'm going to tell you, it sucks.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to come in. They're criminals there.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to come in and bring that same behavior up north. Then we have a situation where, fuck. Now, how do we tell
Who's who?
Who's who? And then we get back into the situation we just talked about. How do you know?
Mm.
Yeah.
You know? And it's not going to be an easy thing for any country. And I would love to believe most Americans, I don't believe the fucking media, most Americans love people in general. As long as they know, hey, you're an upholding citizen, you're not going to take what I worked hard for, you're going to actually do your part, you're going to play the role. But then there's these bad seeds that come with the good seeds. Just like in law enforcement. My brother had to work around the bad seeds, which, believe it or not, despite what you hear in the news, they didn't make up the majority of the police departments. But they got the most fucking noise. And it made those police departments look
Shitty.
wretched.
Yeah.
And I believe that's the same thing that's coming over the border.
Right.
People are terrified for their fucking lives. And we have loose borders. Yes, we have like one of the absolute worst border policies compared to everyone else. Their shit is tight knit and they're rejecting people left and right. You don't even get to be in here and claim asylum because your country is in disarray. In other countries, they're like, fuck you, fuck that. But here, we're loose about it. I don't know if that complacency was a good thing or a bad thing. Everything starts off with good intention until the politicians really set their fingers into it.
America was born to be that, though. America was born to be this new promised land for every walk, color,
home
and
of the
creed
immigrants
to come and migrate to America, to make it this place where they could not be bound by so much rule and so much governance
and live the American dream.
But somewhere along the way, we lost it.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I have this inkling that at one time, the parts of Southern California, Texas, and that kind of area, at one time used to be Mexico.
And at one time, it used to be Indians. It used to be Choctaw Nation.
Natives.
It was so much other shit before that. You know,
Yeah.
it's a.
Well, they reckon that even the Indians in North America didn't come from there. They didn't just appear out of nowhere. They come across the land bridge when Russia was part of Alaska, and you could go across. Was it the Menai Straits? Is it?
Yeah.
Called it?
Yeah.
And people moved across,
Yes,
and then worked their way down into the US and go, "Oh, fuck me, it's a lot warmer down here. It's not
fucking
better,
fucking
isn't it?"
Eskimos,
yeah.
Eskimos
but,
that evolved.
Millions of years, fucking thousands of years ago.
Yeah,
So technically, literally, everybody that's standing in America
It's migrated.
has migrated there. They're all foreigners.
That's why I love
every
what.
single person.
That's
And
why
that's
I
what
love
we-
what Roy
Mad.
Droy Void just said, Kent. He said, "It is the reason America has the potential to be the best."
because it incorporates
this is it.
everything.
Now, nobody's going to bat an eyelid when America goes around going, America's the greatest country of the world. If it is, it has to be the greatest country. It had the potential. It had so much potential to be.
And
Oh
I don't
my
think
God.
there's going to be not one American that'll fight you on that. But like every country, it goes to shit when you let the powers that be take
every
control.
country, every single country on this planet, every single country will have some degree of shit in it. You can't get away from that, right?
Nope.
From whatever, if you go to New Zealand, it seems very idyllic. It has its problems. Australia has its problems. We have our problem. We've had civil wars here. We've had all sorts of shit go on. We've been invaded by the Normans, the Romans. But when the Romans fucked off, they left a lot of good shit behind, and we was like, "Cheers, mate,"
Right.
So, and we did all right out of it. And then there's us, the UK. Let's say, for argument's sake, England. Let's go back a bit. England, the shit we got up to, right? The thing we did, what we did to the people in Ireland. We had a good kicking down there with the French. We fought the Germans a few times. I don't think there's, mate. We jackbooted over 7/10 of the planet we owned.
Right.
We landed and we go, "Oh, we've got a flag. Have you got a flag?" "No, we not have flag." "Oh, sorry, mate."
Yeah. This is ours
now.
now.
England. Tough
Oh,
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we did that. We did the jackbooting around the planet, right? Eventually, we got to the point where we go, "Look, we can't look after all this shit. We better give it back." And very slowly, we started giving it all back, or we lost it, or they took it back, one way or the other, right?
Right.
And then we decided slavery wasn't such a great idea after all. And then we go, right, it's now going to be illegal to own a slave, right? And everybody went, "Oh." I went, "Sorry, that's the way it is." And I go, "Oh."
Tell that shit to the Egyptians.
Yeah.
Centuries of fucking
And
slaves.
they go, "Oh, okay then." And we went to great lengths to wipe out slavery. And we had wars with people over it, right? Except the US, who stuck with it, and you had to have an internal civil war to get that shit under control. And yet, it never really went away.
No, if you look at it now, it's on an even mass scale.
Every now and again, it sort of like pops up again, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it's always the same states. And
The
literally
key players is what I call them.
and literally the same fucking beer-bellied fucking pickup truck drivers. It's always the same groups. Always, right? Nothing's changed. The years may have gone by, but the general malaise of people has not changed. And, I mean, we still here, we still, crack jokes about, Germany and all this, sort of like was, 2 World Cups and 2 World Wars and 1 World Cup type of thing. One, yeah, wow, and all it, and that kind of thing. But it's all part of that history thing, and some of it has no real malice behind it, as it were. But at one time today, people were looking towards the US. People outside the US were looking towards the US as being this new promised land. and it was a place where people could go and start again. We had this thing here, especially in Europe, where all the religious lunar fucking ticks, they went, all right, off you go, fuck off. And we got them, we ousted loads of these, religious fucking zealots. They went to America, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you have that very strong religious sort of like centre. And, they got that, the pay prepare churches and all the scammy shit ones that keep popping up and everything.
Yeah.
And that's a byproduct of all the lunatics that we had here that we told to fuck off.
Right.
And they went to America. And they weren't going to lay down quietly once they got out there.
Let me read some of these comments. Uncle Crumb says 100 years ago, my granddad got kicked out of the U.S. and wanted to move back to Cuba. My grandma divorced his ass.
Jeez.
Wow.
We are not going back to Cuba.
Crumb also said I lived as an illegal for 6 years in Canada.
Where's some
Jack?
Catico?
Jack said, I don't know what he's referring to. Owned Iraq, Iran, Pakistan, India, and all not long ago either. I must have missed something there. UK figured it out 50 years before the US. Damn, is that accurate numbers? That's crazy if that is.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see.
And we even had wars with a couple of countries over it, freeing slaves.
Probe said India was the wealthiest country in the world before the British arrived.
Yeah.
Good God.
Maybe was that because of their tea commerce? Wasn't India like pretty much the founders of like the tea?
Yeah, well, I mean, it didn't matter whether it was China. It didn't matter whether it was India. If we fancied it, we just took it.
Right. Well, China and India kind of butt right up against each other, and they kind of
Yeah,
you know
pretty
what I mean?
much. There's a decent distance, but India provided us with a lot of labour. We had them building railways and stuff. I mean, they got to keep all this shit after we either left or got kicked out, one way or the other. Right?
Cheech says tea was from China. It never ever grew in India.
No, but India had lots of other things, and it certainly had a lot of minerals. And mining still started work very quickly.
But what's funny now is when you look at India, right?
Yeah.
It's really known for its fucking tea. It's herbs. It's herbs and spices and tea.
But he's saying that's because they planted it
Right,
there.
but and I'm saying, look how well known it is now in India.
Yeah.
Like that's how big. That's all because of that that move there, or that horticultural shit that they had going. India is now known for its tea and spices.
Yeah, we carried on. We did the same thing. We tried to do exactly the same thing with the US. And the history books, which shall we say, the plagiarized history books say about how, the Americans, as they then saw themselves, took on the British and kicked them out of the US.
Mm-hmm.
But they had the help of the French. Helped.
Mhm.
They were on your side.
Mhm.
I think the French. I think possibly there was a few other armies out there as well.
Roy, see if you can't look that up about all of the tea in India. See if there's something I can pull up real quick.
So I mean, we definitely got our asses kicked. But again, we were doing exactly the same thing. We were trying to jackboot all over the US like we'd done in all these other countries all over the place.
Yeah, but that's humans though.
Yeah, but the British Empire got to
China's
the point
trying to
where
do
it's when
Yeah,
it
but-
was the greatest country in the
Yeah.
world, kind of, because
Every-
it owned fucking nearly 3/4 of the world. It was ridiculous.
The Persians were on top once, so were the Romans, and it passes.
Empires rise and
Yep,
empires
and they
fall.
fall.
Yeah.
Like China right now is trying to acquire fucking Taiwan. Like
Yeah.
it's
It's like when it became apparent at one time, where I can remember to this day and I was reading I was reading a book on British history, and I was reading this, and I looked up at my mum and I went, "Mum, you come from Southern Ireland, don't you?" She went, "Yeah." She goes, and I said, "What? How long's your family go back?" She goes, "Oh, forever." I mean, right. I said, "So at one point, Dad's family had enslaved your family at one point or another."
That's wild.
Yeah.
Hold on. UK banned slaves in 1807, with it taking effect in colonies in 1834. The U.S. was 1865. That's over 50 years, no?
No, that's about
That
right.
it took.
No, that's about right.
That's about right. It's 50 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, but you see, the US was still a developing country. It was still building. It was a big country for a start, right? And it didn't have a great deal, a huge amount of people in it. It was quite sparsely populated, really. And they wanted to be able to develop and catch up with the rest of the world, and that needed labour. And they were not keen on dropping the whole slavery thing.
Mm-hmm.
And because, like, you know, these plantation owners in the South, for instance, they were really enjoying the fact that they were fucking incredibly rich. Now, if they had to start paying other Americans a decent wage, that's coming out of their pocket, and they weren't so fucking keen on that.
Okay, hang on 1 second. I got Roy looked this up today. In India, one of the largest tea producers in the world, with over 70% of domestic tea being consumed within India itself.
That's what I thought. And per Cheech, they never even grew the shit there. But look at them.
India is the second largest producer of tea in the world after China, including the famous Assam tea and Darjeeling tea. I don't know if I'm butchering that.
Darjeeling.
Darjeeling?
Darjeeling, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's there's a lot of weird things. There's lots of things where there's stuff growing that was never indigenously there. But what tends to happen, if you introduce something into an environment, something else buys the farm. Wherever it's you introduce a species of animal, and something else in that country's wildlife dies because of it.
Yeah, the British East India Company, at which point large tracts of land were converted for mass tea production. That is wild. And now India is out of control with the tea game.
Research.
Well, the East India Company was, pound for pound.
Right.
It was the richest company on the planet ever.
The research, such as Robert Seeley's 1958 book, A Revision of the Guinness Camilla, suggests that tea is indigenous to the Indian subcontinent. Commercial production of tea in India did not begin until the arrival of the British.
I read that part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's like, what was that brilliant thing we did? Oh, yeah, we had red squirrels. And then somebody introduced a couple of mating pairs of grey squirrels into the British countryside. And they absolutely devastated the red squirrel population. We were always doing shit like that.
Yeah, just wiping
thought,
shit
it'd be nice
out.
to have greys. It'd be nice to have grey squirrels as well. What could go wrong? Next thing you know, there's hardly any red squirrels now.
Leash.
Wiped out. And
we got
the other
here.
thing that does my head in, right? When I wake up in the morning, this is particularly in Surrey. I wake up in the morning and I'm greeted with the calls of exotic birds. Because there are fucking parrots everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Wagyu said there's only red squirrels left in Scotland.
Yeah.
We're all red in Scotland. Every last one of them.
But that's
Yeah.
wild, Ken.
So we got parrot. Yeah, pink, yellow, blue, red, green. You name it. Fucking swathes of them everywhere.
That's wild to have them so wild like that and just roaming.
And that's because like somebody let a couple of parrots loose, or the cage broke or whatever. Next thing you know, we're up to our arses now in parrots. They're really doing well here.
Can you eat a parrot?
I don't know. I haven't been able to catch one.
Can't eat a parrot.
Can't. When I come out there, I want you and I to go parrot hunting. And we will taste,
now you
we
see,
will
this
taste
is
one.
the thing where we would differ as well. You remember you were talking about hunting and stuff.
Yeah.
I couldn't willingly shoot an animal.
That's all right. I'll do it for us, Kent, and we're going to taste the ass of a parrot.
I've got a feeling it'll take like bird shitty.
It's all right. We're going to give it a whirl.
Damn, Roy said there were wild chimpanzees in Florida. Could you imagine that? That's the perfect climate.
Yeah.
Wild
honestly.
chimpanzees in Florida?
Oh, wow.
How is that not the perfect climate?
Escape the set of Tarzan.
Wait, are you trolling, Roy? You better not be fucking trolling.
That would be so fucking cool if it was, though.
Oh,
wouldn't it?
if that was a real thing, I will eat my
man.
sock right now.
Okay, see, yeah, Roy was
okay.
trolling. Damn,
All
you
right,
got me,
yeah,
boy.
boy.
Hey, boy, you got me good.
But
dude.
wait, Roy, how do you know?
Oh, wait, he said it's true. He said it's, wait, here we go.
How
Are you
do you know?
Are you trolling or are you getting Monkey Island excited?
He said it's true. It is true.
No.
What?
Somebody pull that article up. I want to know. I
Oh,
want to know.
that's
Wagyu,
fucking
Wagyu.
brilliant.
Somebody
I want you.
outside of Roy.
I want you to challenge Royd Wagyu. Chrome, you judge this. You watch it. I don't. Okay,
Oh,
look.
I so want this to be true. Please,
We don't
please,
have
please.
too much time left, but we're going to wait to see if this is true. Then we have to get off. I got to go spend time with the wife. But I thought he was trolling us, Kent. I thought he was really.
No. Oh no, that'd be beautiful. If that's true, that'd be absolutely.
He said he lived in
beautiful.
Florida during the time.
Roy said there's a Monkey Island in Florida.
There's a monkey island in Florida.
Well, there you go.
Somebody
There you
find
go.
a fucking article. Stop messing around. How many spanners we got in here that ain't doing jack all?
Wagyu, you should have had this fucking information eons ago. Now, come on. Get your shit together.
Oh, it's late.
Oh, Chrome's got something.
Okay.
I'm clicking right now.
Click on it.
This tiny island in Florida is home to a quirky colony of spider monkeys. Imagine a tropical paradise where the locals swing from trees, have impressively long tails, and occasionally throw fruit at unsuspecting visitors and shit. I don't know why they're leaving out shit.
You know that shit is involved.
Oh yeah.
That's a
I mean,
biased
shit throwing.
link.
I mean, it's the law.
It's a biased link, Chrome.
No, it's not a secret society of disgruntled Floridians. It's Monkey Island. Homasis.
Royd was holidaying in Florida dressed as a gibbon. Oh, mate.
Groove
Yeah,
said
but
he's eating spider monkey.
But there's been loads of
brains.
these, disastrous introductions of various species into places where they, they go, oh, they haven't got any. Yeah, there's probably a fucking reason.
Chrome said, clearly fake news. Clearly, Chrome.
Clearly, it's fake news.
Oh,
Clearly.
monkey brain. I
Besides,
tell you.
well, one of the things that I would say was that Tarzan would be filmed in California, not in Florida.
Chew on a monkey brain. I mean, Tarzan would be nice in Florida. Can't that environment?
It would be, but it's sort of like fucking a lot somewhere in fucking Hollywood or something.
Chrome said the spider monkey ear fucked Ron DeSantis.
Oh mate.
Oh shit.
Oh.
God damn.
Oh.
That was an Indiana Jones eating monkey brains. You're right. Was that the Temple of the Doom?
Yeah, it's Temple of Doom. Yeah. Yeah, you take the top of the skull off and eat the brain.
Right. I think that was on
Delicacy.
That was on
mate.
That was on Faces of Death too.
Yeah.
You remember that? Faces of Death?
I remember Faces of Death.
Yeah, they've got to be chilled. I mean, not animals. Come on.
I'm not fucking sitting there, Kent, cracking open the monkey's head.
His
and
monkey
eating his
brain's warm. I'm not eating that. Good God, sir.
What do you think I am?
Put it in the fridge for half an hour. Get back.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
What are we holding on to?
Pi, has monkeys ever escaped the set of Tarzan in Florida and become wild monkeys on Monkey Island?
Please be true. Please be true.
I think my question.
Yes. The infamous Tarzan monkeys of Florida, while the rumor that they escaped from the set of a Tarzan movie isn't quite true, they do have an interesting backstory. In 1938, a tour guide named Colonel Toohey introduced a small colony of monkeys to Florida in an attempt to attract more business to his jungle boat tours. Over time, the monkeys have adapted to their new environment and have even formed their own wild packs. Pretty wild, right?
That's exciting. So there's no wild monkey family.
Oh, but there is. While the origins of the monkeys may not be as exotic as escaping from a Tarzan set, they have indeed become a wild population in Florida. Today, there are an estimated 1,000 or more wild monkeys living in and around Monkey Island and the surrounding areas. These monkeys are quite the controversial topic in Florida, with some folks loving their playful antics and others seeing them as invasive pests.
Okay.
What if I told you
Oh, the
Monkey
New York
Island
Times
only
calls them
exists
Tarzan
in
monkeys.
Indiana. I'm not done with her yet.
Hang on, but Wag, we have to
I've
read.
never heard of any Monkey Island in Indiana before. Are you sure you're not mixing it up with Florida's Monkey Island, or is this some kind of a secret monkey hideout in the Midwest that I'm not aware of? Please tell me more.
Oh, an AI with attitude. Just what you
See
fucking
there?
need.
She thinks I'm rusing her.
Okay,
Yeah.
what is
New
Roy
York Times
said-
were calling them Tarzan monkeys.
New York Times
Was it
were
New York
calling-
Times, did he say? Because it bloody disappeared now.
In 1934, after having made several of the early Tarzan epics, the movie company packed up, left, but 3 of the monkeys could not be caught. They swung around the trees in the deep jungle alone. The silver and I don't even want to go in on that word, rivers, eluding men with nets.
Huh.
Yeah, it was in New York Times. Goddamn, Wagyu.
Damn.
Giving him blowies.
It still amazes me that there's always more to learn.
Right.
So much more to learn all the time.
But how funny is that our AI now knows our bullshit? Like, oh, you mean that age-old myth from the Tarzan set?
Yeah, well, this is it.
That's crazy.
She had a full-on conversation with us.
Yeah, but she's a bit sassy, wasn't she?
She was sassy, and
she had sarcasm about her.
Yeah. Because when she was answering that second question, I think it was the second question, wasn't it? It's almost like, oh, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, you
Right.
don't know.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's not Florida? You're fucking this up?
Yeah. Why am I wasting my time on your black ass?
See, Kent, how do you know?
How do you know?
Roy Droy Void, how do we know when he's trolling and when he's not? Why would you play 2 dirty games on us like that?
Because it's more fun.
It is. I have to say, or we wouldn't have conversations like this.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I like
Like when I
to
was
play the
talking
latter
to-
half.
Was it on Simpsons or was it on the pub? We was talking about the fart lamp.
Oh, that might. I think that was here where it was methane, right? Out in the
Yeah,
streets.
off of the sewers that run under the roads.
Yeah.
And it was
And
burning. Yeah, so it's like, perpetual energy.
Mm-hmm.
And when they got more of them?
Like, why would you stop that if that was like a purpose? And it was
Really,
using
really don't know.
natural gases.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
the fart lamps in old England were.
There's only one now in London left.
There's only one left.
Just off Piccadilly.
Just ran off gas, methane.
Yeah, where the sewer runs underneath, it's literally just a pipe, and it goes up and comes out at the side of the road.
So why did we stop?
To this little flame thing that's constantly alight from the fart gas coming up the pipe.
So why did they stop using this?
Don't know.
I mean, that right there
might have
was
something to do with the
self-sustaining.
war. Might have something to do with the war.
That's self-sustaining.
Because during the Second World War, you had to have the blackouts so that the German bombers couldn't actually work out where the city was. So everybody had to have, black. You couldn't, no lights in the house, or these big black curtains. Nan was telling me about them. These huge big black curtains that she used to hang up on the windows when the siren went off.
Hold on. Pi, why do you think humanity... Hello, Pi. Wait, okay. Now she doesn't want to talk to me. Okay.
I'm not talking to your black ass off and give me all that monkey bullshit.
Let's see. She's like, you motherfuckers.
All right, this is the last one.
Last one.
I got to take off.
One.
Let's go.
Pi, why is humanity afraid of AI?
Yeah, it was in New York Times. Goddamn wagyu.
That's a deep question, Mozzle 505. There are many reasons why humans.
Hold on. Pi, could you repeat my question?
Just mute.
Sure thing. Your question was, why is humanity afraid of AI?
Can you give me the answer?
Absolutely. Here are some reasons why humans might fear AI. 1. Job displacement. People worry that AI will take over jobs traditionally done by humans, leading to widespread unemployment. 2. Lack of control. The idea of machines making decisions that could impact human lives without any human oversight or control can be scary. 3. Loss of a human connection. Some people fear that increasing reliance on AI could lead to a loss of human connection, empathy, and emotional intelligence. 4. Singularity. The notion of a super-intelligent AI that surpasses human intelligence and takes over the world is a common trope in science fiction that has spilled over into real-world fears.
Pi, can you tell me the likely outcome of integrating with AI?
Sure thing. Integrating AI into various aspects of human life can have several potential outcomes. 1. Increased efficiency. AI can help automate many tasks, making processes faster, more efficient, and less prone to human error. 2. Improved decision-making. With the ability to analyze large amounts of data and make predictions based on that data, AI can help humans make better, more informed decisions. 3. New job opportunities. While AI may displace some jobs, it will also create new ones that require unique skill sets such as AI development, maintenance, and oversight. 4. Enhanced personalization. AI can be used to personalize everything from healthcare to entertainment, creating more tailored experiences for individuals. 5. Increased dependency. As AI becomes more integrated into daily life, humans may become increasingly dependent on technology, potentially leading to reduced self-sufficiency.
And there you have it.
You could
Do you know what
totally.
I was reminded of when I was listening to those answers? I was reminded of all the conversations and discussions that went on after the personal computers were starting to hit the world.
Mm-hmm.
And, computers in general, and about the jobs that would be lost, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, it'll be a very long time before AI can fix a block drain.
Right. A lot of this AI thing is all based on fear mongering and making money. That's all I see in it. All I see is fear mongering and money to be made. I'm
also a little perplexed about why Pi sounds like a blonde girl from North London. I think I went out with her.
Wagyu was impressed with that too.
I actually find her. Look, I'm even saying her like it's a real person.
Yeah.
I actually find the voice
soothing.
Yeah, the other thing I noticed that I thought was quite impressive was she takes little intakes of breath.
Right.
Certain words.
Yes, the
that's
consistency of the conversation.
Yeah.
And it's getting better and better.
It's getting
Ken.
better and better. Can't.
Like I said, can I ask this? Maybe okay. I know I got to get out of here. Let me say one more thing. How long do we give it before people literally start worshiping AI like it's a god, a deity?
There's different levels, isn't there, of worshipping? I mean, you can worship something, like you would a god and a deity, like you say. I can't see AI being worshipped like that. Not really. But there can be this sort of like an entrenchment into somebody's life that they could, they can't live without it.
For a lonely person, there will become this infatuation with.
Well, Wagyu says
properties.
some already are. Cheech says 20 years before it turns into an actual deity and start bringing people wishes.
It'll be Jesus.
I want to win the lottery, AI.
Yeah,
You don't
AI
think
Jesus,
Yeah.
AI would go, oh, okay, this person wants to win the lottery or something. Let's make it happen and hack the system. And you wake up with X amount of fucking cryptocurrency in your account.
But you see, the thing is, humans are capable of worshipping fucking anything.
Yeah. It's the worship gene that we have in us.
Yeah. I think what the most popular thing to worship, that some people seem to worship is money.
Oh, that's the
or
number one.
they worship power.
That's the root of all evil.
Well, yeah. You can have deities, but the thing about AI over, the various gods and stuff like that is, it is there, because anybody who says they speak to God is normally considered to be probably mental.
Mental, right.
Right? And which is weird because you go, well, then it doesn't exist then. Why you call them mental if they're talking to their deity?
Mm-hmm.
It's just weird, So, and it's been very prolific. I mean, it's lasted, gods and stuff like that. It's gone on forever and hasn't gone away, regardless of any advancements gone on around it. So, yeah, there could be people who end up worshipping,
That's fucking wild. That's just
different
wild.
AIs.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for coming in here today and supporting this random nonsense. I want to get a t-shirt with two monkeys on Kent's lap as Kent looks like he's just being overwhelmed with filth.
Yeah. Or just going, I'm gonna be all over your black asses.
Yeah, that's a funny shirt.
Yes.
Maybe we're just pulling his hair out or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Driving them fucking crazy.
Are you pulling my hair? How would you know?
How would you know?
Kent,
But how would you know?
Yeah,
Well, I can feel you fucking pulling it. Yeah, but how do you know?
Yeah, but how do you
Yeah.
know it's
What do
me
you-
pulling your...
What do you think that feels like? Is that really your hair being? No. Thank you, everybody, for entertaining this. I mean, this is the shit we like to talk about. Yeah, we troll a lot on all this shit, but that's what's fun is because when you put yourself in other people's shoes, there are some dense people out there, and there's going to be some questions raised.
Well, I learned about Tarzan monkeys.
Right?
Yeah.
Florida. I mean, fucking hell. Nothing
Fuck.
like that.
Monkey
Yeah.
Islands and
And our infectious good time can be misconstrued as a dose of mushrooms, which, I mean, that's not a bad
that's not a bad
comparison.
thing either.
I mean, I'm not going to...
It's a good time.
Yeah.
But I mean, it takes certain people to even want to be a part of this discussion, and being here as long as you all have is a fucking wonder. And that is so flattering to us. Like, you guys have no idea how flattering that is to us for you to stay in here and just shoot the shit.
Yeah.
I feel like we all are friends and we know each other and we come here
And we just shoot the shit.
just shoot the shit.
Some would say it's the pubness.
It is kind of a pubness, and
It is.
I was surprised at its popularity because when it started off, I felt that it needed to have some sort of content, some sort of planning out. And I go, but I can't do this all the time. I've got work, I've got shit to do. I can't be doing all this as well. Especially if I'm doing it more than once a week and stuff like that. But it was quite interesting that I can point a camera at some random synth and people come in and we just talk stuff.
Yeah.
While you fix shit.
Yeah. Oh, what did you do today? Quite
Brilliant.
bus stop kind of conversation.
Or like being in a workshop.
Yeah.
You're just
Yeah.
talking amongst colleagues, and they're going about their daily tasks.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Or somebody in the chat asks a question and we go, oh, fucking hell, and try and brainstorm an answer for
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Shit like that. It's great. you
Yeah.
know. But I think that's kind of what we would call the modern community now, where you got a group of people, and sometimes thousands of miles between them. It's like, popped over for a cuppa.
Right. And no one's being judged. We don't know your faces. We don't know what you believe in, what you don't believe in.
I don't know if you have a fucking dead body under your basement,
but none of it matters. None of it.
Likely.
Yeah.
Right. But none of it fucking matters, and that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
So thank you all for showing up and indulging us with this. You're helping us get through this 365. And
What are we up to now?
We are.
What episode are we on?
Hold on. We are at 242.
242.
Oh, I thought we're further along than that.
Hey, but we're
Although
getting
that's a lot.
Fuck him. We're getting it done. Like, I thought this would be impossible.
Yeah.
I guess that'd be tomorrow's conversation. We could talk about what this experience has been like.
Yeah.
Mind you, come to think of it, if memory serves me, the first track that I submitted to you was episode 40.
Well, there you
And
go.
that seems like donkeys.
Right?
Well, you've been here for 201 days.
That's
Really?
crazy.
If you submitted track 40, I'm just doing the math, my boy.
Well, I mean, you can't argue
202
with math,
days?
can you?
No. But how do
do you
I
know?
know it's math? Yeah.
Yeah, but how do you know it's right?
Right?
Okay, so for this podcast will be, how do you know?
Yeah.
So how do you know podcast?
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. We'll see you tomorrow because we still have more days on the calendar.
Are you doing some music at some point? You're gonna do some droney, or do we wait for somebody professional like Scott to come back?
No.
What are you talking about?
You didn't catch the beginning of the show. We were doing some music.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but you know what I mean. But when Scott's on, I don't know. It's just sort of like he's good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He's good at it.
He adds that extra
And he
pair
seems to
of
have everything
nut
on
bags
and ready to go all the
Yeah.
time. I don't know how he does it. It's sort of
Yeah.
like,
Right.
and he starts doing something. You go, what the fucking? When did he do that? Where'd that come from?
Scotty's got great ears.
Yeah. But he also is swamped. He's trying to get a bunch of these sound packs out. He's been behind.
Oh,
And his last one sold like hotcakes. So he's trying to catch up, make his money, and then he'll be back with us.
yeah. I mean,
sooner
his sound pack for this was fucking stunning.
yeah, for the PB12.
And that's
Yeah.
how you know.
Gotta go,
And
shit.
that's how you know that Scotty's
Yeah.
really doing the work.
Because I was hearing things coming from it. Go, oh, I didn't know it could do that.
But Kent, hear me out, Kent. Hear me out real quick. We're not at Scotty's home. How do we know it's Scotty doing it?
How
I mean,
do we
how
know
do
they're
we
sound packs?
know?
Yeah, how do you
I mean,
know?
how do we
the
know?
sound packs?
How do we know, Kent?
How do we know?
Do you know what? This is going to be something that's not going to go away quickly.
No, it's not.
I can just sense that it's just not.
It's going to be there.
It's going to
Yeah.
be there.
Yeah.
It's going to always be there.
3 weeks from now, I become, but how'd you know? It'd be the answer to every fucking
Every
question.
fucking thing.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will crumple every
It
fucking
will.
thing.
It
We're gonna
will.
have to make it. We're gonna have to make it a thing.
Yeah, we gotta have to
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah. Tomorrow we could jam though, Ken. If you want to jam, we could throw some drones on.
Hell,
and just
C
do our thing.
major.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I could
Or
open
minor.
up.
Minor.
Yeah.
I like minor.
Or minor.
I like
yeah.
minor notes.
because it's
I'll
sort of
open-
like, but not. You know, you can do shit with minor.
Yeah.
If anybody want to come in and jam with us, just let us know. Make sure you got your Streamyard squared
Yeah,
away.
and played the keyboard for like days and days and days now.
Yeah, we'll fucking do it, Kent. Let's do it
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I know. It's,
We're jamming tomorrow, everybody.
We're jamming tomorrow.
And the only way you're gonna know is unless you tune in and watch us actually fucking play.
yeah,
So
but how
don't
do
even
you
go.
know?
yeah.
Yeah, that's
How
true.
do you know?
You don't know,
Wait,
do
wait
you?
till you see the thumbnail tomorrow. I got something in store for you.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Thanks for showing up. We'll see you tomorrow.
Take care of
And we'll
yourselves.
try to get in here as early as possible,
Yep.
so it's not too late in the UK, but just right in the US. As I always say around this time,
Love you, bye.
love, bye.
Love you, bye.
Jamming till the break of day. Mm.
Jamming.
I think we only have to do it till. I think it's starting to actually get light now.
Oh shit. Yeah, well.
Just ever so slightly.
What
Well, we're
time
coming
is
up
it?
to the longest day, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
The
I
longest
think it's
day.
a weekend or something. Somewhere around about then.
Shit. Well, get it done. Have a good day today.
Oh, I've got plenty to do today. Actually thinking about it.
Properly piss off.
Yeah. I'm back on that 80 again this morning anyway.
Well, if I'm up, I'll watch you.
Oh, well, if I'm up, I'll watch me too.
I hope you will. You
Wouldn't be the first time I've
strange
been working
son of
on
a
a synth
bitch.
and I've actually been physically asleep while working on it.
Yeah, I really hope Ken is watching himself this morning.
The last thing I remember, I was soldering something, and then next thing I know, the whole thing's on fire.
Oh shit! All right. All right. Stay alive. We'll catch you later.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
All right.
Take care, gentlemen.